See if it's a new world or not. If I have to create a new character, it's a new world. Yes. Aiko, that me. Presets. Okay, I have colors. Hold on. I literally like have my colors like down to like the exact hair color and everything for my hair and my skin and everything. It's great. It's so weird. Okay, so my skin color is 212 100. I like consistency, okay? Face. This face. No, not this face. This face. And then eye color is gonna be uh 37, 24, 87. Eyebrow color is the same as my hair color, which is 79. Also, with this clothes, we see more. What do you mean? What are you looking at? 95. Oh, and I forgot that I also changed my body preset, my body here, to 30, 30, 40. My hair color's not changed. To 79.
I_m_simsword said text still on screen.
I know, we're still doing server things. Because we have to install the mods that we're going to install. Voice to start game. Yeah. Basically, I have to start the world, make sure it exists, and then add the mods. Oh my lord. Oh my god. Powers are the key. The tree holds the truth. That's new. That didn't actually say anything the first time. Yeah. This is how you start. For those who weren't here in the beginning, this is how you fucking start. And you go down. You turn around. The first thing you do is you're going to come over here. You're just going to go. There's a chest over there too, and I could open it or I could not open it. It really depends on what chest is over there. If it's red, I can't open it. If it's yellow, I can open it. Look, I can open it. So let's see what our first little thingies are. Gold coin, arrows, copper key. Look at that. I've already started. I've got money. I'm not completely poor. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Look at all the things. And then I did a thing. Fabulous. Okay. Unused stat points. First one I'm going to put it in is. Oh, big question. Big question. Weight. Yep, that's what the first one should go in. This right here. I need to do that, 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 that. Yep. Okay. And then we'll talk to this guy. This by guy I mean girl, obviously. Saving. So it has been saved now. We know that. Okay. Okay. Now we return to title. We did a thing. Okay. We did a server. Okay. So now, quit game.
Okay.
I'm going to shut the server down. Stop server. There needs to be close Palworld, copy mod into Steam, Steam apps, common Palworld, PAL content packs. Okay, so hold on. So if I look at the configuration files, open in file browser, config. No, it wouldn't be config, it'd be PAL, Palworld, PAL,
Mm.
content. Server file controls the functional radius. Copy base radius 7000 pack. How do I download? I'm not even looking at the right fucking thing. I'm looking at Nexus mods. Okay, let's see. Make sure you have the mods you need downloaded from the workshop activated in your game. Okay, how do we do that? So we go to Steam. The two we want to download are the base rate improvers. Let's see, base rename. Did I get both?
Okay.
Rename and base, yes. So how do we download them then? So I need that and that.
Okay,
Okay.
so
Uh-huh.
you have so you've subscribed to that? Okay, cool. As long as you subscribe to the mods that you want, that's cool.
Yeah.
Uh,
But it says I need to download from the workshop and activate it in my game, which is on Notrado.
yes. We'll get to that. We need to find where to add them. So from the Notrado server thing, we need to go through the Notrado files to see if it's got the folder where we put the mods.
Okay, it does not.
It does not have the
The mods folder, no. We can add it.
we have to make that, yeah.
So let's see, it would be Palworld
Palworld,
Pal. A lot of modders at the mod that are gonna find it there and get a working
content and then packs.
direct, create new folder, new directory, content. Okay. And how are we spelling packs? PAKS with
PAKS.
with a capital P? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so then it needs to go into here. Server test any should be any server test any conflict of month says mod. Should be line 18 if unedited. And you try to server test, click on the config file.
Then
Okay.
there should be, if you go into your Steam directory, like if you go into your folder, find your Steam folder where Palworld's installed.
Oh, that's gonna be the thing, isn't it? Because I moved it.
That's okay. Fine. That's what we're finding. Steam apps, common, Palworld,
Mod.
mods.
This one? It says that's the one it says I have. It says global enable mod falls. Pal content packs.
window pack. Okay. You have both the mods you want?
I subscribe to them. I don't know if they're like activated. You guys gonna go buy stuff from me? Oh, sweet. Keep in mind, if you do buy stuff from Fourth Wall, I'm gonna know your address. If you buy stuff from Redbubble, I might know your address. I don't know. Nobody's bought it from me except for me. And if you want something, if you're like, oh, I really like this piece, but I want it on a t-shirt or something like that, or I want it on a mug, let me know. And make it happen. I'm not going to be one of those people that are like, oh, there's only a limited time. The limited time thing is if we're doing like a... Oh, I was in a different Discord. I'm not going to be the kind of person who says, no, workshop. How do I enable things in the workshop? Do I just load the game up and enable it that way? How to enable mods Palworld. Options, mod management, enable mods on. Okay, so I'll do that. Upload the workshop mod files into the servers mods folder. Okay, how do I get them? How do I get the workshop mod files to add to the servers mod folder? Steam's already downloading the workshop files. When you subscribe to the mod, all you need to do is steal them from Steam and upload them to Trado. Pocket Bear intentionally designed this way for dedicated servers. File Explorer, go to your Steam workshop folder. It's usually blah 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 blah. If you install Steam on another drive, it'll be something like da 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 da. Is the Steam app ID. Inside that folder, see a bunch of folders with just numbers workshop you subscribe to. Open one, you'll see it like this. But that's not what it looks like to me. That's what I'm seeing. Mod management, okay. Enable mod on. Yeah, okay. Yes. Okay. Yes. And yes. Save. Save, change, and restarting game. Okay. Yes. Nah, so fucking bad. I'm gonna look at the files now. Mods? Oh, it's got these like this. Hold on, come here. Look, if I go to this mods folder, it says native mods, this right here, and it's got the manage mods, these three.
Okay.
But that's not in this thing.
No.
This is different. I
I'm
don't
thinking maybe the pack mods are for specifically from Nexus mods in that video I was looking at.
or for servers. I don't know. Okay, let's see. I see the mods in the Palworld mods folder in managed mods, but they aren't put inside each mods folders. So the important part is that the info JSON is directly inside each mods folder. I got that. It's not, they aren't named numbers. Aren't named numbers.
They should have.
They are named the name of the mod. That's your game's installed mods. What do you see? Things like more jobs, building, freedom. Those are the mods and powers already deployed for your client. They're human readable because the game is packed. Installed them for you. Want to upload these? If you want installation of Steam Apps Workshop. Okay, Steam Apps Workshop. Workshop.
Okay.
See, I clicked common for the game for Palworld.
Okay.
Content.
And then you want those.
I think I want this one because it's today. I didn't do anything the 13th. What is that? What did I download that? Oh, that might have been before the thing, and I don't know. These are the 3 though.
Those are the 3 that you download?
Okay, yeah. Inside that folder, Steam stores your original workshop plays with Pocket Pair documentation and see a couple of possibilities and it's on a different drive. So what do I do with it? Hold on. Okay, so I go to, it says directly inside each folder. It is, I think. Yep, there it is.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, so what do I do with it?
These.
Open a Shadow server file, FTP, create the following folder if it doesn't exist. Mods Workshop.
Okay, so the pack thing would have been for Nexus mods things, the video I was watching.
Yeah, but like
So you want
the other
workshop
mod says we need,
mods.
the other box says we need pack. The other one did. Remember?
It did, but that is probably outdated. That was from 2018. That other video, the other.
Not video. The mod, the workshop mod that I installed. Remember?
Oh, I was saying it needed the dot pack.
Yeah.
Okay, so we probably just need both of them then.
What? Base. Let me see. I'll show you. It's this one, but it's this one. There's July 18th. That was yesterday. Does not rely on those two. Any PAL boxes need to be recreated after about
Once
time.
your multiplayer server needs the dot pack mod, it is authoritative. Okay, authoritative.
Pull the pack right from your workshop mods directory and your Palworld installation programs, file Steam workshop content. Oh my gosh. Okay, hold on.
Number, and then packs. Okay. So we need both the pack and the. We need a few things.
Okay, so it'll be workshop 126 content 37644 942. It's none of these. / packs. Oh, it's in here. It's empty, but it's in here. The client does not need the pack mod, but if you don't have it already in the client, the blue ring won't show at the distance for single player. Just subscribe. I can't see any pack inside the folder. Trying for a server. There's no issue. What's the pack name? Did anybody else say anything? Comments. Well, that's comments. What if I try this one too? They change the vanilla ranges. Uninstall. Please spell box. And so Discord, I leave in this here. This is exactly what I'm looking for. I think I'm supposed to put the pack file server directory. I know exactly where I'm supposed to put the pack server directory if I want to install the play path. This works in multiplying. The server needs the pack mod. Its authoritative client does not need the pack mod, but you have a client playing which in the distance. Lower services were considered basic race mod. The rest is currently did not pack mod. How do we get the pack mod? To pack mod. One our mods says it needs pack mod. How do we do that? It would. Oh yeah, billionaire would be nice. I also want to be a billionaire. I like what I see, but I have zero money. No, it's fine. Hold out, save up some money, do what you want. Cause when the debut happens, there's gonna be a new art piece. It's called the Trico Smash Splash, and it's really cool looking.
It is really cool.
Ooh, hold on. You instead put it in something like that to workshop. Okay, hold on.
Is there a Steam library thing through that file directory? File content packs.
It's still empty again. What? If workshop pack says requires pack marker pack loaders, basically it's time to pay. I'm using the older one. 3 plus it requires Palworld pack loader. Okay. Example, litter says .pack file. If it's literally a .pack file that came in a zip folder, you don't install it through the pack world manager at all. You said put it in there. Provides compatibility. For running tickets, there's a pack on the class. That means every pack needs this other one. I think
That
that's
one
like,
that said it needed .pack.
says it needs .pack. .pack. And shows how to get to it in directory, but the folder is empty. That was a folder. Mod author's outdated installation instructions were written before Power added official workstop support, perhaps. Thank you. I will stretch. Mimi says that it might be outdated instructions that were updated before, probably outdated instructions before Palworld added, official workshop support.
All of the things are not included in workshop support, so we could probably do it from Nexus mods.
So before you start creating folders, uploading things in a Charter, ask yourself, do I physically have a file that ends in pack? If the answer is no, then there's nothing to put in the mods folder. There's nothing that ends in pack. Nothing here that even ends in pack. Have anything that ends in .pack, and the mod is called. Oops, let me find it.
I've got one that doubles the base radius straight up.
Next.
It'll take a while for Nitrado to add the workshop support stuff.
Okay, so How do we do that then? Should I just remove the mods? Unsubscribe maybe? Yeah, that's fine. I'm used to Nexus. That's why I was starting to use it first.
Yeah.
So what is it? What's the Nexus mod?
That's not expanded base. Step by step on how to do things.
Amazing. Create a new folder in Steam Apps, common, content, packs, mods. It's already there. Copy packs and removes any previous version and start the server. Windows client cause power, copy mod into that, start power connect server.
You do need to add the mods. Taking so long, everyone. We just want to play with mods.
I'm not sorry, suck it. Manual. You said, okay, what were you saying, babe? I do need to do what?
The tilde mods folder
Okay, in Nexus.
in the packs folder.
Okay, so it is gonna be because I saw that shit.
Demon,
Common,
Palworld,
PAL, content packs.
It wants you to add that folder in the server.
Okay, sounds good. So it would be content packs mod. Is that what it was?
Yeah, content packs.
And then tilde mods. Okay.
And then tilde mods. Tilde mods.
There's no slash.
No, okay, cool.
Okay. So I downloaded a raw when a raw. Okay, hold on.
You downloaded this mod?
Yeah, but I didn't save it into the folder. I mean, it says okay. PAL content packs. Put it in my Steam apps too. Should I put it in here? Okay, I'm gonna download that again because that was.
Yeah, this is the same mod effectively, just through Nexus before they added the workshop
Yeah.
thing. Okay.
Program files, Steam apps, common, Palworld, PAL content packs mods.
Not into mods.
Not into here.
This is where the mod data will be saved. It's just in the packs. Yeah, just one step out. This is where you put the.
What do you mean I don't have permission to save in this location? Oh my god. Hates me.
You only need the base radius 7000 dot pack.
What, babe?
Like folder. Dot pack.
What? So I should save it into packs. pal-windows.pack is in this folder. That's without installing this. I'm sorry, I'm trying to do this, and for some reason it was like, you
Yeah.
can't save into the, you don't have permission. I'm like, yes, I do. It's my fucking computer. Go fuck yourself.
Hey, when it does shit like that.
I don't know what it thinks I am or who it thinks I am. Pal content packs, and just right here.
Is this for you or the server? It'll be the same.
Me.
Yeah, and then just extract the. You only need the extracted file from it. You don't need the whole zip. Fuck. Annoying.
It is. That's what happened whenever I changed everything to the NVMe. What do you fucking mean, bruh? I do absolutely have permission to save in this file. Properties. Security. Advanced. That is my fucking name, bitch. I'm losing. Hey, Five, how you doing? This goddamn NVMe doesn't know I'm a fucking exist. Property is my NVMe security advanced. Like, this is owner system. Like, what am I supposed to change that to? Full control. Yes. Full fucking control. User. Full control. Everything. Seriously. And to where I'm the owner, but I don't. Yes. I don't know. Like, I have the ability to read and execute, but for some reason I don't have administration. For some reason it doesn't count me as an administrator. I don't know. Can I open this folder as an administrator? What the fuck? My drive doesn't recognize me as an administrator. It's on my NVMe. If files are right click the D drive. Properties. Security. What? Okay. When on command. Okay. Got it.
Then take down space.
Take. You want me to literally type take down?
Yeah, take down space /F lowercase f space, and then what is the letter of that drive?
D.
D, capital D, and then the colon space /r space /lowercase d space y lowercase.
Yeah.
Yep.
And then enter.
Yep. Enter.
Takedown is not recognized in an internal external command operable program or batch file.
Have you opened? Command prompt needs to be open as an administrator.
How do I run command prompt as an administrator?
Just type CMD there, and then right click run as admin.
Okay. Okay. Again. So take down.
Oh, take own. Fucking not take down.
Take own.
Yeah, take own.
And then space.
/F space D colon
Space.
R or /R space /D Y.
Whoa!
You are now taking
Ownership of this entire fucking drive. Fucking good.
then there is another command you'll need to do to reset explicit rights.
Yeah. It's currently like.
Is it still going?
It's a little busy, okay?
Jesus.
If you can see Eternal Tales, do you remember when we were playing Minecraft? Yeah.
And the F's, G.
Why is Eternal Tales in the D drive though? I thought we were playing in the F drive. What the fuck do I know? It's just installing mods wherever the fuck it wants. How you guys doing? So I have to like I gotta wait for this command prompt take it's taking ownership of literally everything, every fucking Eternal Tales file. So glad. By the way, every single Minecraft file we had in a modded Minecraft file. The fuck? There's so much Minecraft, bruh. I'm so glad you're doing great.
This is one of the bigger ones that we installed.
We didn't even like that one.
No, we didn't. I just installed it back.
I should have deleted that shit.
So, yeah, this might take a little bit.
I can read texture, models, armor, texture, screens, atlas, texture, trims, colors, text, loot table, blocks. Oh no, it's still in blocks. Every loot table for every block in that mod. Are you guys? Oh yeah, we're great. It's just taking us a minute. Basically, we want to start it over. We're adding a mod that expands the size of our base. That's it.
And also
to be able to rename our bases. It's literally those two things. That's it. It's just taking this long. That's all. It's no big whoop. I just also apparently I'm trying to put it onto. I have to put the mod into my drive, and my drive is like, who the fuck are you? And I'm like, I own you. What do you mean?
Okay, we're in the data now.
World gen placed feature. Oh, there we go. Items, blocks, items, tags, block. Here we go. Still in a
back end of blocks.
We are literally still in Eternal Tales, which is a mod that we didn't like. We specifically did not like Eternal Tales. Even though like the rest of the mod pack was fine, but that specific mod was horrible. I'm so glad. Basically, I was trying to individually go through and every single thing that was interrupting me, I was like, fine, I'll do this. Fine, I'll add myself. Tristan found a command prompt command that made it do it so I could do it for everything. But now it's doing it for everything.
Every single individual file within a Minecraft mod folder where we had multiple mods. It's in that one currently.
It's just fucking this one? Oh my god, can I stop this?
You
Is
should
it?
be able to stop
Okay, I'm gonna stop it.
and then just delete that.
Delete this fucking folder, bruh. It's corrupted! Yeah, okay, sure.
Yeah, we'll just replace this recycling bin. Fucking hell.
Oh my lord. Recycling 48,246 items. 141 megabytes. That's not even that big.
It's not, it's just a lot of.
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
Now let's do it again.
Yeah. So open command prompt as admin. D.
Yeah. Okay. So take own
space
space
slash F
D
D
colon slash R
slash
D.
Y.
Okay, there we go.
It should be much faster.
Oh my god, I'm taking ownership of the trash.
You're taking ownership of the Eternal Tales files in the trash. Maybe empty the trash. At least it continued from where it left off.
Yeah. How do I? Where's the trash in this drive?
Be in program files. Where the fuck is the trash?
Oh, it's in this trash.
In that trash?
Yeah, I'm just gonna empty it.
Just empty that trash. Yeah. Most of that's actually all of that might be Eternal Tales.
Yeah.
Eternal Tales had such.
Thanks, Lucy and Sam. Hope things work out okay. Oh yeah, it's gonna be fine. We're great. My snoozy been at work for 10 hours now. The shadow creatures are doing a can. Oh my! You need to take a break. Okay. Round 3.
Yeah. Please take care of yourself. 5.
Run as administrator. I think I'll figure this out eventually. Okay, hold on. Is it take own /F D colon /R /D Y.
Oh, this is buying. This is different. This is
Okay, this is fine.
This is in Minecraft itself.
That's fine. You can have Minecraft.
They should go much faster.
I love you guys. I'm so glad you guys are here hanging out with us, you know. It's
Doing a
beautiful.
bunch of just back-end stuff. It's not. You're not exactly seeing a lot of interest.
No, it's literally just it looks like a command screen. It looks like the screen does right now, except for instead of saying server things, it just says success, the file or folder D Minecraft install assets object D69 DCDE6 and then a string of like random letters. That's what it says.
It's like the Hacker Man meme.
Yeah. Try to clean out your Spotify likes songs. Honestly, that is like the perfect thing to do right now. It is absolutely like the perfect thing to do right now. Clean that shit out. I love doing that just from time to time, just being like, you know what? I should probably go through my files on my computer and delete some shit because I got a bunch of stuff. Right now, basically what I did is I wound up moving Palworld and VTube Studio and VBridger. I moved them all three to my NVMe because it's faster than my hard drive. And I was like, well, I want this to be able to run really nicely without having a bunch of lag issues. So I did that. It worked. Everything was fine. But the thing is for some reason, my computer doesn't recognize that I own the freaking NVMe. So I'm sitting there and having to, every single time I run into an issue, grant myself administrator permissions. Well, what we're doing right now is just granting it all at once. And it is taking a minute. Because I'm trying to download a mod. Oh, it's downloaded a new mod, but it's my pack this time. That's okay. I liked that one.
Eternal Tales had such promise as a mod pack. It just was empty.
No,
That was
no.
the issue.
That Eternal Tale was not the name of the mod pack. Eternal Tale was the name of the
It was,
mod.
yeah.
That was just a mod in the mod pack.
Mod pack was fantastic except for that one. It was just empty.
Basically, what we did is we wound up remaking the entire mod pack, but without Eternal mods or Eternal Tales, because
We
it
added a few
was
things, changed a couple
what it
things.
did is it added a lot of enemies, and the enemies did not have normal Minecraft mob spawn rules. So we had to try and basically go in and try and adjust all their spawn rules to try and make it tolerable, right? And even with it being tolerable, they still ignored all the spawn rules. And because in that pack, one of the big features was mine colonies, we wound up having a lot of our people killed from from the Eternal Tales mobs who were like, I don't give a fuck that there's a torch here. I'll spawn right next to it.
Yeah, they spawned completely lit up. Right next, they'll spawn right next to the player sometimes,
Yeah. And we'd be like, what the fuck? Where did you just come from?
and just be like wandering around.
No other mobs are spawning because obviously spawn rules. You know, it's 1.20. You know, there's you don't spawn unless it's zero light, right? So nothing is spawning except for these mod specific mobs. And it is terrible. And they're so annoying. Sure, the sunflower spider dropped sunflowers, but who gives a shit? Why do I need that many sunflowers anyways? And then all the stuff that they did drop, like there were ghosts that would drop some like weird ghastly stuff or whatever. And you know what you did with it? Nothing. Fucking nothing. It's like, what is it for? There was no purpose for anything. Look at that. There you go. Mine Colonies Dimensional Adventure. And you know what I bet's in there? Eternal Tales.
The
Fuck.
thing is, it won't go through that. I don't think.
I don't know. Maybe it will. I feel like the Eternal Tales thing was just a way for me. That Eternal Tales folder was just me to locate all the stuff inside of it. I don't know.
Yeah, they ignored spawn rules. They would kill our villagers. Oh, it's in Eternal Tales now.
I knew it.
Ah.
But at least it's doing it within the pack, and it's not just doing my
It's not gonna do it twice.
That was my backup file that it was trying to copy. I'm like, I don't want that.
And the biggest problem as well is we got through all of that and then started going to the different realms it has in it.
Mm-hmm. There's nothing in the realms.
It's
We were so
literally-
excited about the realms too. We were like, okay, Mine Colonies, dimensional adventure. We're going to different dimensions. That's awesome. And we go to a different dimension and we'd be like, well, this sucks.
It's empty.
There's
you need
nothing
to fly
here.
around the dimension to find caves.
The mobs that are still in those, the mobs that are in those worlds are the same mobs that spawn in your world. Some are different, but not really. What are the resources that are there, right? The unique resources. What are the unique resources that you're going to find in these specialty dimensions? Iron. Excuse me? We are on a completely different dimension. Why do you have iron?
Oh, the unique resource that you needed to find was you needed to find a cave, and you went into the cave and you like smashed pots or something,
You killed bugs.
killed bugs. Then you made an axe with that, and then using that axe, you chopped down a tree and a boss will spawn. That's the entire dimension.
Oh, yeah,
and
that's
we
right.
spent like fucking hours and hours and hours, and we found one cave.
Yep. And there was a guy outside of it, and he gave us a quest. However,
There weren't enough enemies for both of us to complete them.
yep, there weren't enough enemies for both of us to complete it. So I completed it. No, I think you completed it. One of
No,
us
you
completed.
completed it, I was one
I
short.
completed it, and I got some stupid shoes that I didn't even want. It's like makes you faster for something. I don't remember.
Stupid shitty shoes.
That I never would have used for anything.
And then we went to the next dimension, empty.
Yeah, there was like nothing
And then we
there.
went to the next dimension, empty. And we're like, why the fuck are we playing this?
Yeah. Basically, it's like it had promise. Like there were a bunch of buildings and stuff, and they had NPCs. They had like traders that were there. Like it was going to be something cool, but they weren't trading anything special. They weren't even doing anything. They just had their own special little house, and it's like you go in there and you talk to them, and it's like, "Oh, hi, I guess."
It had one good dimension that was like the last or second last dimension you could get to.
Did we do that one? I don't remember.
I think we made the portal, went in, and like the pigs were flying around. No, that was a completely fucking different dimension. The dimensional mod pack. Yeah, Eternal Tales, great premise. All of its content is in basically being extremely grindy.
Isn't that the same one that had the banshees?
That was the one where we had to make that graveyard of zombies and then
Oh my god.
for like
They only spawned
29.
not. We had to create a graveyard. Now keep this in mind. This did not explain to us how to get this particular ingredient. I had to look it up to figure out, okay, well, we've got to make gravestones and put them together, and then at night, the gravestones will spawn these enemies. How were we supposed to know that?
Killing that enemy drops the resource we needed.
And we needed like 100 of them.
100 just for one thing.
Just for one, and we needed two, because there was two of us.
Yeah. And it's not a guarantee that they drop that resource.
Oh yeah, not a guarantee.
And we had like...
We eventually got to the point we wound up
we
building
made
this
a
really...
mob killing arena with like 20 graves in it.
It was
Because
just...
only one enemy spawned on a grave.
Mm-hmm.
And throughout the entire night, you would get like maybe 20.
Oh, and those fuckers would obliterate your armor too. So that's why we had to make the mob farm. It's like, don't touch us. Because we're having to repair our shit every fucking night. It was annoying.
And they did so much damage that even though we were in like really overpowered armor, they would just break the armor and kill us.
Yep. And we're just like, ah, great, well.
And you might be thinking, oh, maybe you didn't have the right gear to fight them at that point. No,
we were in over leveled gear. And then
gear better than you should have been fighting them at that
better
point.
than we should have been fighting them at that point. And then the stuff that they offered to get us, like I said, the shitty shoes or whatever, as hard as we had to work to get to that dimension, you think these shoes are where I'm at? It's like fucking iron level shoes. The fuck? It wasn't good. It wasn't good. It wasn't good.
It's got like a whole like skill proficiency system with a bunch of different skills, but no explanation of how to get anything for all those skills. Like one of them's fishing. You got to get a shit ton of bait. How do you get bait? Well,
Oh my god.
You gotta right click fireflies.
Yep. And then you have to put fireflies back into the world and then right click them again to breed them. and that's how you farm. You have to farm bug catching to get the bait to do fishing.
And then
But it doesn't explain that shit to you. You still have to look it up. It's not in the book. There's no.
and then in order to be able to, farm the bugs, you need spider eyes. So then you need to make a spider
yep.
killing farm.
Mm-hmm.
And then
And then basically
your
the way to
seeds-
grind it is you go into the room, you put out a bunch of bugs, you spam them with spider eyes, then you pick up the bugs, and then you put them back out, and then you spam them with spider eyes, and then you catch the bugs, and then you put them back out, and you spam them with spider eyes, and then you pick them back up. And that's how you got enough bait to do fishing. And then how much
still
experience did you
turtles,
get from fishing?
I think.
It says no. It's still Mine Colony's Dimensional Adventure.
Yeah.
This is a different save. How many saves do we have?
We had a shit ton of saves of trying to find locations where we could build bases near each other.
I could have sworn we deleted it. This is called Tiny Trichotopia.
Oh, okay, it's almost through.
It's still in the. I should let you guys know that we are still in the Minecraft folder. Minecraft. After Minecraft is program files, then programs, then testing. Testing's empty. I'm gonna leave it alone. It'll just be like empty testing.
Oh, it's in the Dungeons and Dragons one now. Nice. It's 3-dimensional adventures. This one should go faster.
Yeah.
Um.
Oh, but Dungeons and Dragons was pretty chunky too.
It was.
That one was fun.
That was fun, but really hard.
It was really hard. Yeah. Not as hard as RLCraft.
No. But it had some mods that it shares with RLCraft, like the dragons.
Yeah.
But yeah, like, in order to, make it so bait's not a problem, you need to get far enough into the game. Well, how do you get far enough into the game? You need bait.
Mm-hmm.
You need a fish for things. You need a fish.
You can't level up. You can't level up to progress to the next thing until you have, like, you have to, I don't know. You have to get level up points, and it takes fucking forever to get those points.
Like the first 5 levels are fast, and there's
Ozone, Skyblock Reborn. Okay, so the other one's done. The Dungeons and Dragons one's done. This is Ozone, Skyblock Reborn, which we don't even think we played.
No saves. Okay.
I downloaded it. Oh, Seopolis Submerged, didn't even play, just downloaded it.
It's a massive grind to get even a single level, and you needed a ton of levels to be able to even
Shared Life didn't play that one.
Get anything.
That one wasn't
once
ideal.
you got anything, once you got the levels, you're supposed to be able to get more bait per thing you catch. Oh, we're in Palworld now. V-Bridger.
Ooh, nice.
Oh, we're in Steam. Cool.
Is it going to be problematic that I have some of these programs open?
Shouldn't be.
What the fuck is that music? Why do I hear sad violin over there?
Because Lucy redeemed Hydrate.
Oh, you have your Hydrate sounds like a sad violin. What's wrong with you?
I don't have water, so I'm just gonna drink this monster.
Fair enough.
Yeah, and then like it was just empty. All that grinding for nothing.
Mm-hmm. We worked our asses off, and we were expecting some kind of great reward, and it was nothing.
It
Hey, Tristan, Lucy.
God.
Oh yeah, Lucy. You're so dumb. I love you. Thunder Lotus game.
Lucy because Aiko Lucy's where I first met Lucy.
Yeah. Aiko Lucy's pretty great. Tristan Lucy's alright. You're so cool. Aw, thanks. Not me. I know I was just pretending to be you. Don't worry. I know you weren't calling me cool because that is just a lie.
He's got so bored of us, he's talking to himself.
We've been sitting here talking to him the entire time. Does he care? No, rather have a conversation with himself. That's fine. Whatever. You know, it's cooler. Yeah, bullshit. Thanks, me. Oh Lord, dingbat.
What is it?
I don't know.
Probably.
I think this is.
Oh, you're in Windows app.
This
Okay.
is Dead by Daylight. What?
Dead by Daylight content packs, pack chunk. What?
I don't know.
Guess you
I've
got Dead
never
by
even
Daylight.
I've never even played this game.
Oh, Behavior Interactive is probably the name of the people that the company. Yeah, you're going through the window of his app, so a lot of these are listed by companies.
Dead by Daylight
Schizophrenia
was one of
hits
the.
different.
Oh my Lord.
You also have antisocial
Oh,
personality
okay.
disorder.
So
There's
you
one with
remember
schizophrenia, borderline
you remember
personality
that
disorder.
person who I said created a lot of drama,
Yeah.
right? That started with an M.
Yeah.
Okay. So that person, anytime anybody mentioned anything about schizophrenia, like they would lose it and they get so angry because
What if
apparently
someone
because like in the same like how he says schizophrenia is different, like that's not how schizophrenia works. Everybody knows the like what he means. Like it knows it's not literally schizophrenia.
or even
You know, and they're not even talking about you specifically if you have schizophrenia.
what if someone that had schizophrenia was talking about schizophrenia? They'll still lose their shit.
Like there were, yeah, because they would like someone named themselves something schizo or whatever, and they're like, I don't like that. Blah, 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 blah." Yeah, I don't even know.
Very
I don't care.
entitled
See, the
behavior.
thing is like I have told that person a million times, you just got to pick your battles, and that's just one you're not gonna win. That is something you are just gonna have to like. You are hurting yourself when you're hurting anybody else. And that's another thing too, is if you find out that you have met a lot of people with schizophrenia before, yeah. No, this is the thing, is like, because a lot of people confuse. They'll say schizophrenia when they mean like DID or something like that, but
Or
people don't say
schizophrenia
DID.
when it's just like you can hallucinate without schizophrenia.
Yeah. So, and some people just call themselves schizo anyways, just because they're like, I'm a little crazy.
Yeah, or like schizo and crackhead they use interchangeably.
I call people crackhead all the time. Doesn't literally mean they're on crack that I know of. And if they are on crack and they're not sharing with me, Zoe kidnapped by Tyler, Bear Bird Boy,
Foreign audio.
Deathbed, Family Moment, Final
Talk
Talk,
Jim.
Jim Vince.
What are these audio names? Michelle, open import. This is for a game.
Is this for that one
Dusk
game?
Dust Falls?
That's what I
Yes,
was
Dusk Falls,
thinking.
yeah.
Yeah, because I think this has got the X. Oh, look, it's got the Xbox games over here. I was like,
Yeah,
some of the
same.
names sound familiar. Motel Shared.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Microsoft.
Big Dad Choice. Clean Clothes. Dinner Time Vanessa. Kitchen in Tyler. I don't know.
School Vince at the
Out
car.
of Car. Steal My. I was like,
Wreckage apparently was there
it's
most of.
going really fast, okay? Dinner Time Vanessa. Fire Road Tyler. But yeah, so I understand that
We will get to the game at some point once this is done.
you will be like really I will say that you will save yourself a lot of headache if you just learn to pick your battles and realize there are going to be certain things that bother you more than it bothers anybody else. And if you can learn to just like let it go, you're going to be a lot better off for it. You have a burger? Let it go. Give it to me. Vanessa arrives. Where is boy? Still in dusk. Yeah, there's a lot of data in this game. Because probably a lot of choices. Where did we end that? Didn't we, like, convince some girl's dad that we had forked her or something? And then we just left?
Yeah, we fucked her instead
Why
of
are you
throwing
wearing my son's clothes? I don't know.
rather than, you know, escaping from a robbery or something.
Instead of just being like, oh, yeah, no, she helped me out. We're like, oh, yeah, we got freaky. Okay, bye. Sorry, girl who now has to deal with this. Plus, you learn from comedians to make jokes about things. Yeah. It's not, I don't know.
It was like that person was just basically like, oh, these people are having fun in life. I hate that.
I have BPD, and people with BPD are assholes. I know because I'm an asshole. The thing is, I work really hard not to be an asshole because it's like something I do not
But
like
it's
about
also
myself.
that self-reflection.
I self-reflect a lot. Okay, I've had a past. It's been a fucking wild ride. Okay, but based on my extensive life experience, I feel like I'm qualified to give some pretty damn good advice. And the fact that I've been able to take the time that I need to work on myself. Am I going to be the kind of person that helps you figure out how to manage your mental health while also working a job? No. That's my blind spot. I will not be able to do that.
But yeah, like, you should be able to accept that there are people who, it doesn't matter how much you debate and argue with them, you can't change their mind.
Yep.
You can't pick your battle. Like, you need to be able to pick your battles with people who are actually
It's like people that like have long
able to
political arguments thinking that you're gonna change your mind about somebody's mind about their political viewpoints or their religious viewpoints or whatever kind of like strong ethical feelings that they have towards whatever anything could be a deity, could be a person, could be whatever. You know, if they feel strongly enough about it, you're not changing their mind. And you need to realize whenever you're talking to somebody like that, it's not worth your time to even try.
Yeah.
The only time that I ever have conversations like that is if I'm speaking with somebody who they know I'm not trying to change their mind and they're not trying to change my mind, but we just have a hobby of debating it. And so we talk about it. And those are fun conversations because I'm not changing your mind. You're not changing my mind. But this is a nice, fun conversation. I'm glad that we can have this conversation and be adults about it.
But yeah, the world very much just gets into the you don't agree with me, well, I hate you.
This is why I said that about when we were talking about Pokemon earlier. I said, you can have friends and not agree with everything that they do. I can like Pokemon and know that them going after Palworld was a dick move. I have friends that I'm like, I fucking love you to pieces, but sometimes you're an asshole.
Or sometimes you're stupid.
Yeah.
This thing that I told you is not going to work or is going to end poorly. Yeah, ended poorly.
Okay, so like Mayo, right? You guys know Mayo. Love Mayo to pieces. Love her to pieces. I have fought with that bitch so many times. I have had so many fights with that bitch. And she still makes me mad. Want to know why? Because she has this anxiety, right? She has to be such a fucking amazing artist. And then I ask her to do some work for me. And I'm like, I will pay you. And she's like, I can't. I can't. And I get it. I understand. But damn it, I just want to like throttle her. Dude, I just want to like kidnap her and be like, draw me a picture, bitch. You know?
Draw me a picture. Here's his money. I'm going to shove it in your pocket.
Exactly, you know. No pressure.
No pressure, but you're not leaving until I get my picture.
You have friends who like Argentinian, and I don't think they cheated, and I respect them still.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
Exactly.
yeah.
Yeah.
It's like that.
You don't need to agree on everything.
They could still be friends. The thing
But
is, and then there are going to be other people in life who you just classify as like people. They're people in your lives. Would they be friends? I don't know. You could be friendly with them. There's this
friendly
friend.
does not mean friend.
Friendly does not mean friend. Okay. There was this guy who I would consider myself to be friendly with. His name was Zombie. He was a pathological liar.
Mm.
I did not believe a word that came out of his mouth. But we were all playing Ark together, and sometimes he'd be like, "Hey, want to run this dungeon with me? Hey, want to do this with me? Hey, want to do this with me?" And they seemed like fun. So I went out and I had fun with him and we'd chat. Did I believe a word that he said? No. I didn't believe fucking nothing that came out of that boy's mouth. But I had a good time. We had a good time when we ran those dungeons together. They were really fun. But I would not consider him my friend, and I absolutely wasn't going to trust him with any information about myself. But like we'd joke and we'd laugh and we'd talk about dinosaurs, you know? It's like I'm not going to tell you. I'm not going to like it's like I would call it surface level friendship. It's like I can be friendly with you in certain instances. We could talk about some things, but it's not getting deep.
It's like a lot of like school friends.
Yeah.
You're friends while you're there. You go home and then you don't interact.
Yeah.
Um,
Functional Japanese HLNA player deaths.
but yeah, like
Is this Ark? This is Ark.
you're an arc, yeah.
Okay.
Um, on the topic of like, if you get into things with people who you know they have set opinions and your opinions will clash. Just don't bring them up.
Yeah, just don't bring them up. That's how I interact with my family. We don't talk about religion. We don't talk
Just
about religion at all. If they say something like, I'll pray for you, I'm like, cool. And then I
they
move
mean well.
on.
Yeah, that's just the same as them saying I mean well.
Yep. That's how you have to say it. You have to perceive, like, if, like, I'm not a religious person at all. If my family's like, I'll pray for you, my brain, I have to twist it in my brain and be like, they mean well. That's what they mean. They want the best for you, and that's how they're saying that.
Yeah, 100%. It's like you won't.
You're not gonna change anybody's mind whenever it comes to stuff like that.
There are some people, and this requires actually getting to know them and learn what type of people they are, where you can have healthy debates and change their mind. But
They
that
gotta
is
be they gotta be open-minded, and open-minded people are getting more common, but they're still pretty rare.
the
And
one.
especially online and stuff, you're gonna find a lot of hit or miss. It really depends.
Yeah, the one thing that is like you need to know is, will they accept being wrong?
Mm-hmm. Ooh, accepting being wrong.
Even just with minor things,
Mm-hmm.
will they accept being wrong?
One of the things I say, if I ever feel like I'm not wrong about something, if I ever feel like I've said something that I'm correct about and somebody tells me that I'm wrong, I will say, I am willing to accept that I'm wrong. However, I'm going to need you to show me. Because, like,
We've had something
if
like
I,
that as well.
yeah, like we had what was the conversation we were talking about?
I don't remember it. One of them was the
I
lasagnas.
remember it was about, I remember we were talking about, something in the kitchen with your mom. And you both were telling me that I was wrong. And I was like, I feel like I'm right. And I was wrong.
But you were sort of right in some sense.
Yeah, there was like a way, it was like a reason I thought I was right. There was a reason I thought I was right, and I could see why I would have thought that, but I was wrong. And I was fine with that. You've had some nice chats when I'm lucky with open-minded people. Uh-huh. Yeah, for sure. For sure. The thing is too, though, Lucy, especially with you, don't assume everybody's open-minded. Don't assume everybody's gonna understand what you're saying. Don't understand. Like you're gonna go somewhere and make your feet jokes, and then people are gonna be like, "I fucking hate that guy. I fucking hate that guy because he talks about feet all the time." I'm gonna send him some bullshit and get him banned off Twitter or whatever. You know?
I feel like a good way to just interact with people is understand that you can just be you, honest, open-minded, things like that.
Mhm.
But be aware that you don't know that person.
No, I know you don't, Lucy. You've been a lot better about
You
that.
don't know who you're interacting with.
Mhm.
You can interact however you want, but be aware that at any point they could just put a dagger in your back. That should not stop you from being nice to them. It's just something they could do.
Do you want to hear something? Listen to me, okay? I don't know why this is. I don't know why this is, but I have found recently, and by recently I mean the past few years, that I can immediately find myself like being able to get comfortable chatting with a group of people
Mhm.
if I go in and immediately insult somebody. Like if I go in with the mentality that I'm never going to talk to this person ever again, and I just fuck with them. I just go in there and I'm like, God, smells like shit or something like that. I don't know, whatever, something stupid. Or I just sit there and I listen for a second to something somebody says and I call them out for saying something stupid because I'm like, I'm never going to see this person again. Some of those are the best fucking conversations.
Yeah.
The conversations where you're never going to see this person ever again. And then you just fuck with them. It's fucking great.
It's wonderful when you're
Most of those conversations, Lucy, those come from VR chat. Walk into a world, start fucking with people, and then just fucking leave.
just start a fight.
Yeah, start a fight and fucking leave.
Just just be the gossip. Just
Yeah.
walk into a different group and be like, someone from that group said you're a piece of shit. Bye.
It's great.
ありがとう。
I get head pats. Oh, and I got real live head pats too. Lucky me.
I know that.
Someone who uses VR chat could tell. Honestly, VR chat has helped me out a lot when it comes to like interacting with people. Because for a long time, I wasn't talking to people at all. I had zero social interaction with people. I didn't know how to talk to people, nothing. I got into VR chat.
yeah.
That shit was fucking amazing.
I used to not talk online because I would be borderline having a panic attack. Just
I didn't know how to talk to people. I'd had conversations with my mom. I'd come home and be like, I don't know how to talk with people. She'd be like, you just listen to what they're saying and you join in the conversation. I'm like, I don't have anything to relate to what they're saying. They're over
I've
there
had
talking about football. What the fuck am I supposed to say?
yeah.
Did it leave? It left. It went to Arc, and now it's back on As Dusk Falls.
It's in the Xbox games folder now.
Yeah. Is that not where it was
Before
before?
it was in Windows apps.
Oh, I see. Is it gonna have to go through Arc again, or was that already?
This is the last folder it's going through right now. It will any Xbox app you have downloaded or have data on for
I have a lot of games downloaded. Just ask who won, and they talk to themselves. Yeah, maybe. Met a technical point in random worlds by chance. I think one of the first worlds I joined that actually started talking to people was it was the Never Have I Ever world, and it was before it just died. Okay, there actually was a time in what was it, 2018? Yeah, about tw beginning of 2019, 2020, where that world was actually really active. Yeah, it was really nice. Like they'd be like, never have I ever, been arrested. And then this tiny little anime girl walks to the next line. And they'd be like, oh my God, tell me everything.
Tell me the tea. There's two things I hope never end.
Hmm.
or at least something takes their place,
No.
and that is Fortnite and Roblox, because it keeps all the little kids away from.
Doesn't keep them away from VR chat. Doesn't keep them away from VR chat. And the thing is, kids should not be on there, dude.
VR
Dude.
chat is. Oh, it's done.
Oh my god, I own everything!
Okay, now you should be able to.
Okay, let's find out.
I did send you a thing for another like code to run, but I don't think you need that.
I'm gonna go in
That
here.
should have made you just own everything.
Program files, Steam apps, Common, Palworld, Pal, Content, Packs, and just here?
Yes, the file from in there after you extract it. It wants to be in there. Save in the. What the heck? It could be. Okay. What if you save just to like downloads and then move the file inside? It could be just something with the. Save this somewhere random. Then extract. Actually, don't even need this. Is just I really need to extract. You can just copy.
So, just drag this over?
Yeah, just that. That's all you need in the Palworld content packs. Just in here. Continue.
Sweet.
Cool, we got that.
One done.
So that's.
That's all I needed to do for that?
Is this yours or the server?
This is mine.
Okay, you'll need to do that in the server too.
Okay, so let me get server pulled up and then upload file to mods.
No, it needs the mods file, but you just upload it to packs.
Okay, upload file. There, sometime.
Okay.
This one.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Cool.
Now,
and then the other one.
renaming base. Download manual. Renaming base utility. Download. Things. To the folder? Because this one's a folder now.
Base utility?
Yeah. Yeah. Oh.
Client-side mod for Palworld that lets players assign renames to the bases they own.
Yes. I don't see the person's
So
name.
this is just a.
Is the mods 3969 at the top in the bar? Yeah, that's one.
I think this is just a client-side mod. I don't think we need this one.
Should I put it? I'm gonna put it there anyways. Should I? No, you don't think I need to? No? Okay, whatever. We'll just leave it alone. I'll put it in my folder. Do I just put it in my wait, what do I put it? install a Palworld compatible version of UE4SS.
Yes, you need a UE4SS for this one.
Oh, binary. Well, where the fuck is UE4SS?
Let me find one.
Oh, there it is. Manual. How the fuck does this work? This is client side though, so at least.
You are self-surprised bitch.
I am. Okay, so it's good they add age verification on it if I can find a paywall. I want.
That's okay now.
Love
Thanks for the
you.
bits.
Okay. I am like, look, I don't even care about renaming base anymore. Don't even care. Don't even care. I'll figure it out. It's fine. I know where bases are. It's fine. Not even like I looked at it anyways.
We can just wait for that one until we get
Yeah, it's fine. Okay.
much easier.
But now this should like work, yeah.
So you put that into
I put it into the
the server
Nitrado.
content pane.
Yeah.
Yeah, just start server.
Night is the night, we'll rock till it's over, so we've got our hands up. And what I'm going to do, the very first thing I'm going to do is try to build a base. Well, we'll be able to see if it works or not. Chicken South. Hi, Milky.
Fix it.
Hopefully be alright. Unmute yourself on Discord.
Weird. My push to mute button works for muting, but it doesn't work for unmuting in Discord.
Mod
If I leave
management.
it. Oh no, I just had to tab into Discord, but it had apparently worked.
Join multiplayer game. Connect. Oh my gosh, please.
Oh, hi, Milky.
I don't know what he means by Chicken South.
Chicken in my pants.
He comes in here, says Chicken South, and then fucking leaves. What does it mean?
Is that his chess move?
Yes. Okay, let's see what we got here. I leveled up.
Turkey E4.
783 6482 184. Oh my god, the Cativas are annoying. I will never have a Cativa. I mean, I will have a Cativa because obviously I'm gonna.
Have you?
You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna pick up all the Palworld. Yeah.
Nice. Did you get the pop-up saying that you were running a modded
Yes.
version of them? Nice.
Wait again. Yeah, sure.
But yeah.
Na na na.
Thank you for coming.
Hey.
Saying hello, Al.
Na 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 na. Well, we say everything's working. We will find out soon, because basically the test is going to be seeing how big of a base radius we have, because it should be double the size that we normally have. All of that works so we can have a bigger base. We don't care about renaming the base at this point.
Feeling good. I'll just have default and then this face. I'm so mean.
Like the ceiling can't hold us. Like the ceiling can't. Okay, this is good. They're starting from the server.
Eye color.
Okay, are we ready? Oh!
Huh? Did it work?
All floors must be touching the ground. Give me a minute. I gotta find a place to actually put the fucking shit on the ground. Okay, babe. Babe. Look. Here's the PAL box. Ready? Okay, here's the PAL box. Hold on.
I think it worked.
It worked!
That is fucking gigantic.
Oh my god!
Oh, there we go. This here.
That is incredible. I do want to check one thing though, too. Because, like, I want to make sure that when I build something, I want to make sure that when I do go to build something, that it doesn't say, like,
that
that it
you
doesn't
like,
say, oh, you can't build things outside of your radius, you know?
The fact we can see the extended radius is a good sign.
Yes.
Okay. I mean,
Wood, bitch. Anyways, not you. You're good.
oh god, I have no stamina.
I know. I went to go chop a tree and I'm like, oh my god, I'm gonna be here fucking forever.
I can roll twice. Oh, 3 times.
Oh wait, I'm gonna put a point in stamina.
Yeah, stamina early on. I wonder if stamina and attack early on. This is hard mode, isn't it?
And hard mode is loose. It's a loose hard mode. What do you mean by hard mode?
It's more
More
difficult than
difficult
a
than
lot.
It
normal.
is. It is one. It is level 1. It should be. How do I test? How do I see? Because, like, I feel like I'm leveling pretty quickly, but maybe that's just the beginning, you know? Game settings?
You do level pretty quickly. Options.
How do I find out?
Should be in the server.
Okay, well, let me see.
Oh, I need to swap to game stream.
Okay, hold on. Server description, server password, no. Backup, gameplay, hardcore, no. It says XP rate 1.0.
Yeah, should be that.
And it says we have a base camp worker maximum of 50 and a 10 base. or guild.
Yeah, 1.0, 100%.
It might just feel like a lot right now because it's early.
Yeah, the early levels are always quick. It will slow down heavily at around,
Like 30.
from memory, it starts slowing down at 20, and then it does like really slow at 30.
Good. That's what I want.
Oh my god. I don't even know where you put the base, but I can see the radius. Yeah.
Oh, wait,
Oh,
wait,
wow.
wait, 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 wait. This is a problem. See? Right here?
Yeah.
Right here. It says structures outside of a base area will deteriorate.
Oh.
But the
Interesting.
line goes out here. Now I have deterioration off, so it's not going to deteriorate. It says pals will not work on them. That's what I'm wondering. Because, like,
Maybe it is literally just. Okay, hang on. Let me check that mod.
see if it's in the notes or something. Join my guild.
Hello.
My eyes are blue as fuck.
Yeah, I made them more blue this time. Um, the only thing I can think of. Yeah, it should be a functional pill box. The only thing I can think of is it didn't play properly. It didn't start properly in the server. Where we just got the client side visual increase.
Trying to look. What's it called again? I'm trying to find the page.
Uh, Expanded base radius.
Levels of Palworld radius. New base is only supported. Stop the server completely. Create a new folder. Mods. Base radius. Maybe the previous version of this mod to duplicate episode traces to start the server. Can just close Palworld. Cover modded to the start packing up the server. Server controls the functional radius. It's not like capable clients that expands visible project. Players let the client from this to expand. Still use expanded weapons. Continues to on post. That's on single player posts, single player streams, or you can stream single player. Single player display the yellow message visible. Single player displays the yellow message that the original raised. You can build things there, but the power cannot interact with the works both on the server side. In addition, the yellow message creates a red message. It's not on both server and clients on this. You don't know what could be the issue. Try to them out like this on the same result. Long as it's blue line. It doesn't recognize power, but it's okay. That's what I'm pretty sure your work from the good sir and what no one's all the stages. Never gave me the yellow message. Extends the area of says blue stuff. Is built outside the pals won't work on it at all. Trade over time, whatever messages. Doesn't seem to work on dedicated servers. New PAL boxes existence doesn't work as PAL stores radius. New PAL boxes existence does not work because yes, we did issue it in the description. Unfortunately, no transparency of external disk and no Steam one. Can help if I want. Does this not work for PAL in the base? Most bottom radius modus. Man, the base powerful work on the commander race to keep working the default radius of the regular metaphor piles. I don't care if any wood base radius doesn't work with that connecting, but I think it's just the thing the is gonna work and make the base even bigger with that radius you need. I figured I need to file again. That 37 privately doesn't work, so I need to update the post 2 points. Need to download the new file and create a new directory inside the packs post. Read, read again, depost only works from new PAL boxes. Existent base continues with the radius. Obviously, this is obviously a new PAL box. The radius is there, but it's like okay, let me try something. I hope I sound manly. I'm trying to test this in single player basically to see if I'm still getting that yellow error message. Oh, okay. Like my red hair, guys. You think I'd be good as you think I'd be pretty as a redhead? Oh, the ponytail, spiky red hair that looks like my hair is a kitsune.
Steam apps comment. Hello. Al. Content pack.
Yeah, perfect. Quality pickaxe. We are gonna need to unlock this. There we go. Did the player model change? Yeah, I'm testing out something as single player. No worries.
You're seeing if the radius increase thing still works.
Yeah, I want to see if the radius increase thing still works and if it gives me a yellow message. Because I want to know if it's just the server issue.
Yeah, or if it's just like that, it didn't get rid of that message.
For there we go. Okay. Wood. Okay. It's a server thing. Because I
Okay.
do not get that error message until I'm outside of this line. Yep.
So it is a server thing.
Yeah, we gotta figure it out. We'll figure it out. Is it in the wrong folder? I don't think so. Nice, congratulations on cleaning everything
So we
up.
just need a full restart the server again.
Stopping the server. I'm gonna look at the config files. Maybe it's because I didn't load it in there through the FTP.
Maybe?
Because I uploaded it differently. Browser. I want to load it up to the FTP. What pack? Is it packs or pack?
It should be .pack. I believe.
Not dot pack. I just meant like the folder.
Oh yeah, packs. P-A-K-S. Is what it says. Yeah.
How? Content. PAKS. That's what it's put in here. Is it because I don't have this PAL Windows pack? This thing. I also don't have this Logic Mods folder, but the Logic Mods thing was already in there. And this is already in here.
I'm not sure.
Base Radius combined pack. The thing is, oh no, it shows up for me. It shows up for me because I am the if I delete it from here. I take it from here and put directly in there, like that. Copy that pack into that. The previous version is module duplicate asset override. Start the server. Copy mod into that. Start Palworld and connect to server. Did I stop the server? I did, yeah, okay. Copy mod into that pack. Start Palworld and connect to server. Server file controls the functional radius. Installing the same file in the client expands the visible blue boundary to match the new radius. Players without the client file must still use the extended radius. They will continue to see the original 35-meter boundary. Okay. Free coasting Palworld. Dedicated server new range. Supports Linux dedicated server, supports Windows dedicated server and client. They use for no additional modular required. Uses a single combined pack for both server and client. Newly created bases are supported. Client installation is required only for matching visual boundary. Server and client should use the compatible Palworld versions. Okay. This mod replaces BP Palgame setting and BP Build Object Palbox. Palworld updates that modify these assets may require an updated version of the mod. Compatibility interface is released after 1.0.1. After a Palworld update, temporarily remove the mod, and check this page for compatibility update. Using a file with a newer game version may override official asset changes, installation. Stop the server, close Palworld, remove the from the pack server and client pack folder, restart the server and game, removing and the mod restores the original 35-meter radius. Buildings placed outside may remain, but they may be considered outside of the base and possibly stop working either. Posts. Test on single player and server and both work on that version. Dedicated training scale that runs on Linux on both expanded blue line. On single player displays yellow message. Still doing that. Oh, continue. Okay. What was there before? Both expands the blue line on single player displays yellow message outside the original radius. Can build things server can out. Server is the same. Installed on both server and client. Installed on client online tested for single player. Installed on server side online tested for multiplayer. I don't know. It could be the issue. I've tried mods like this. The same result only expands the blue line. No other mods or UI functions not compatible. Doesn't work correctly. Doesn't recognize packets again. Worked for me, good sir. Went and installed a stated and made a new base. Never get the other message like the rest of us do. Having server, by the way, thank you to the mod. Extends the area. Obsessed stuff is still built inside the area, and pals won't work on it. Buildings will deteriorate over time. One message doesn't seem to work on a dedicated server. New pop boxes. So the base radius 600 more. Only expand the base radius with the pals and base one called southward radius to keep working on the default radius. Theoretically, I modify where the pals work from the page. Does it work in Expo? You make the base even bigger. Okay. Doesn't work. Sorry, I updated the post 2 points. Need to download a new file and create new directory inside of packs. Read again the post. Need to download new file and create a new directory. Alexa, stop. Files. Version history. Download this. Version 2.
The only other thing I can think of is maybe move it into the mods one because I don't know, some server things.
I'm gonna try what I just did right here because I deleted it and uploaded it via the FTP.
Okay.
So I'm gonna see if
See
that
if that worked.
did something, and I'm going to start server.
Okay, we'll see if
Cancel. Hold
that's
on,
gonna
let's see.
work.
Do I have to save anything? No. Start server. Start. I'm so glad you guys are hanging out with us. This is a nice. You guys are awesome. I'm having to learn so much.
It's some really weird code and stuff.
Cannot run game server job restart in parallel. Another event at this time. Okay, never mind. It's doing it over. It's like I'm already doing it. You belong with me and my sweetheart. You belong with you. You belong with me. New update will be installed now. I'm a good singer, guys.
Other thing I can think of is did you capitalize the M in mods?
No.
Good. 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 Good.
Why?
Maybe try, maybe delete and then
replace
replace the
the
pill
pillbox,
box.
because it
Because it
does
does
say
say
new
new
pillboxes
pillboxes
only.
only. New pill box. It's as if the Nitrado servers don't
God, look how high up I can build this.
support
It's so wild.
yet.
Yeah, I'm gonna build my house up here. So I'm gonna get up into my house like that.
Is it that
I'm gonna break my legs by breaking this down. Oh my god, I'm gonna freeze to death. Oh shit. There we go, I'm good. Good now.
Can you check the log,
the
the
server
server
log?
log?
If I click stop server,
Oh no,
Event log or log file? Yeah, event log.
event log. It should tell you.
server restarted, server stop. I'll upload it this right here.
Log file. It says if it's not trying to even run mods. It's not running a check to check if there's mods or anything there. And the only thing I can think of is the Palworld servers don't currently run mods.
Hold on. Gaming server modding basics with Nitrado.
Yeah, and the entire video is completely useless.
Including all the information.
Why?
Well, 'cause it's literally just for like 3 different games that they've got the
mod in Boss Workshop thing.
Create the folder PAL content packs through Nitrado FTP, though I'd recommend using FileZilla since it'll do everything faster. Upload the pack mods you want to run on the server into that folder. Copy the same pack files into the Steam library, Steam Maps, Common, Palworld content packs. I'm currently running the mod that increases max base count on my Nitrado server, so I can't find a Steam library to
the
run.
mods one?
I don't know. Even though I'm not sure.
It only works in visuals. You try to make the PAL base. I don't go through. How did you do it? Am I missing anything? It's the same. On the PAL box, you see that I have 20 bases. When I try to put a fourth base as the maximum is reached. You find a solution. Yes, mods work. I'm running at least some UE4SS mods today. Extend base range is posted on the Reddit to showcase it. Are you using this in a chat or a different rental server? Do you know something about the topic? I'd like to add mods. Something comes to me. Mods on the Trotto servers. Create the directory structure on the Trotto serving in the FTP client. Match the file structure up like you would find in your client, then drop the pack files in the Palworld PAL content packs. Also, if you're using UE4SS mods, you can install them the same as you would your client. Just create the directory structure in your server, Palworld PAL binaries 164 as you would the client. Drop the files and the mod structure will tell you. Be sure to do this all with your server stopped. I have gotten an increased amount of base and work pals so far. Doesn't work for me. Well, mod you server Linux base. Trotto does not support mods yet. That was 2 years ago. GPU being recreated on our Trotto server to make a difference. So make sure the packets and book content as well. Not working. Also using FTP client Y. Database and Trotto's Linux base. What's the structure directly says a maximum amount of servers concerning to be more database. Sorry, I'm just mumbling a lot. It's all, oh, good. Well, glad to be here. That's nice. That's nice. How to install mods on your Palworld server. This is from 2 years ago. Let me see.
Okay. Can you check the general
The settings, the server settings.
Like the general settings. Okay, scroll down. It's not easy. Do we have a startup parameter? config file or anything like that.
I don't even know where to look. Okay, config files.
Settings. Difficulty reindeer.
So this is all the stuff. Game user settings.
Yeah, checking the.
Yeah, thank you.
So there's not a text box or startup parameter in the general settings. Nothing for startup parameters, additional augments or arguments, command line, launch parameters, excerpt settings.
You just said a lot and I wasn't prepared.
Let me see. Option 2. Do we have? It will be in. Okay. It would be
General
in general
settings, if anything, because it needs to.
Like general here?
Yeah, go general settings. And if there's nothing here, then there's nothing we can change. Like a advanced mode.
I mean, just seeing it this way.
It'll be here, if anything.
Like, I don't know what you mean by
We can't do anything
why.
because it doesn't have anything that allows us to toggle on.
Reading mods.
I don't.
I'm
not a
not a coder. I don't work in IT, but we don't have any options
to make it so the server on launch tries to read.
that there's mods.
maybe not a loose pack mod, but like a UE
Yeah.
for SS mods.
How to do the UEF force has. Alright. The UE for SS. That's what I'm confused about. It's currently trying to get me to do Stardew stuff. What's Stardew? Palworld, bro. UE or SS.
Okay.
What is that? It looks like it's just like a file, like a breakdown, a way of breaking down the files, yeah?
Okay.
Look at ChatGPT.
I'm currently in a discussion with ChatGPT.
How to
It is a
do UE for SS for Palworld. Unreal Engine 4 scripting system is basically the loader that lets a lot of Lua mods, Blueprint Logic mods run. The install depends on whether or not you're doing normal Steam client, dedicated server. Okay. Find your Palworld folder. Install UE4SS install Nexus style. Find your Palworld folder, open Steam, right click Palworld, properties, installed files, browse. Go into PAL binaries. You want the folder containing. PAL binaries 164. You want the folder containing 164 shipping.exe. Yes, not Palworld.exe. Okay, that's fine. Download UE4SS. Grab the current UAS. Use the extract the contents. Okay. So extract the contents into PAL binaries 164. Okay. Is that this one? Where did I download that? I don't even fucking know where I downloaded that, bro. Here it is. Open. Is in.
Is it a Linux server rather than a Windows server?
Maybe. Based on what I was reading.
If it's a Linux server, then we can't run pack mods through it.
So maybe EU4SS then?
Yeah.
Okay. So let's get that downloaded. Where do I download it? Installation. You can install UE4SS in a couple different ways. The goal to have deal. Makes me feel really dumb. Where do I download? Where do I download? Hold on. So it'll look like shipping.exe. I have this over here. This is in fucking kanji. That's what bothers me about it. USS. Hold on. GW map. Okay. Hold on. These two. Do want this. Yes. Into. Yes. Into this.
The UE4SS most likely won't work
Why?
because of that operates assuming it's a Windows-based server. A lot of the things operate assuming it's a Windows-based server.
Why the fuck did I choose Nitrado, motherfucker?
Can you get Windows? Mm.
Okay, apparently using Nitrado makes it way easier to run and it's cheaper to run. We don't have to know all of the bullshit.
The only thing I can think of, yeah, UE4SS will not work at all with Linux servers.
Or
The
just
only thing I can think of is just to delete the mods folder thingy. But I don't know if that will do anything.
no, probably not. Based on like what I was reading, it was just like it's probably not going to work because it's Linux based.
Yeah.
Oh, we learned something. At some point,
Nitrado
maybe
doesn't allow.
Nitrado will, huh?
Nitrado only allows mods for specific game titles. So you can download mods for like Ark, any of the things they have a video tutorial for, you can download mods for.
The reason is because it's new. It's just too new.
Yeah, it's just too new. Eventually, they'll probably have support with how big this game is.
Yeah, and we'll get to the point where we can do some mods on it too.
Yeah, it's just we can't right now. So we may as well
Uninstall the mod that we installed on.
yeah, or else the visual thing will be
Yeah, otherwise it'll be
annoying.
really weird. We're gonna be like, oh my god, look how big our circle is, and then it not actually fucking work.
Okay.
Alrighty, sounds fine. Content
Well,
tags.
we didn't achieve anything, but we did learn.
True. And I have I own all my files.
Mm-hmm.
I had to quit it so I can delete this file. There we go. What we learned. Go ahead and start the server. And we will start our new, shiny, new world where we are. All right. Let me double check stuff. Let me make sure our general settings, game user settings, graphics, graphics. Okay, that's user settings. That's just my.
Well, at least we still get. At least with those mods, once we can download mods to the server,
Yeah.
those mods just are like cool. They work
Mm-hmm.
in an already made world. You just have to replace the base.
Either way, I guess this adds to the making it difficult. So before we continue, I guess, do we want to go through these settings? Okay. Stop the server. I should stop the server before. Okay. Okay.
Go to the.
I don't want to see internal name. Control aim assist. Yes. Do not want to set to off. Hold on. What if it says to off? But I don't want to.
On by default.
Okay, good, good. I don't want to set it off.
I don't think it's anything you can change.
Keyboard aim assist. Da, 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 off. Okay. In-game message is fine. Hardcore. Enable hardcore. Cannot respawn upon death. No. Permanent leisure pound account death. No. Daytime speed rate. One's fine. Nighttime. One's fine. Recreate character in hardcore.
We don't have that.
No.
If we were to play hardcore, we would
Yeah.
have
XP rate 1. Enemy drop item rate 1. Death penalty. Lose only items, not equipment. Co-op player max number 4. Login penalty. Non-login penalty. Turn that off. Toggles whether players receive penalties for inactivity. No. Fast travel. Toggles fast travel. We can do fast travel. Start location by select by map. Toggles with the players can choose their starting location on the map. It's off, whatever. Invader enemy talks enemy invaders. We have that on. Unco unidentified nocturnal knockoff. That's just off.
no idea.
Drop item max alive time. Looks like 30 minutes.
Okay.
Item weight rate 1. Standard.
This is just looking like just complete standard.
Standard.
We can play complete standard. We can reduce things.
Look, for some reason it doesn't look like it's letting you edit anything right now. Maybe need a refresh.
Oh, probably. I don't know. I would probably edit it because I don't know. Friendly fire, no. How do we set guild time? Guild players max number 20, 10. How capture rate 1. It looks like everything is standard.
Yeah, I'm happy with just a complete standard. Some people reduce the XP rate because it just makes it take longer to level up. But it can go as low as 0.5.
Yeah. All right, let's go ahead and start server then.
I'm happy with that.
Yes, run the server. And I am going to fucking drink this drink. Because
I'm excited.
me too. Fucking do this shit. Gonna be vanilla. I'm gonna edit the stream info. 1.0. New world. New us. Yeah, I'm a little disappointed by the fact we can't make bigger bases, but it's because we're on a Linux-based server. It does make setting up a server easier, but it is
Mm-hmm.
not compatible with a lot of mods, which is unfortunate. So,
And most people won't make mods for Linux.
Nitrado is a really good brand. They're very solid.
They're solid, easy, and cheap.
Solid, easy, cheap. Yep.
The good thing though is that now that it's got Steam support, the other games that they offer mod support have Steam Workshop support.
Hmm. If we were doing this single player, we could still use mods because Palworld allows mods, you know. But
Yeah.
let me love you.
If myself or Aiko was hosting, we would be able to have the mods, but we would have to heavily reduce the size of the
Yeah,
amount of base
we
we
wouldn't
could
be able to
make.
do that because it's like it would be way too much lag. Jesus Christ, this stone lasts forever. Can I help you, chicken? Can I help you, chicken? Can I help you, chicken? Look at him. He's looking at me. I have a ball.
Funky eyed.
Be my chicken. He said no, and now he's mad at me. Run away!
Kill him, my
He's
love.
angry.
I would help.
He's evil and vicious. Ah, he's coming for me. No. No, I wanted us to be friends. Now I'm gonna eat your flesh and your children. I forgot to make an axe. Or did I? I did not forget to make an axe. I could have set him on fire.
And let me make a star.
You won't be able to move if you're carrying too much heavy stuff. Use status points to increase your carrying capacity. What? What do you mean? No, I'm not doing this here. You're gonna steal my balls. Oh my god, I'm so skilled. I'm weighed down from carrying too many items. It's cool. I'll put some points in weight again. We like that. And this, and this, and this. Eventually we'll get that, but it's not a priority at the moment. Okay. Now it's important for me to prioritize lamb balls. Balls of lamb.
You want to know the lamb balls? Poor Maya, unable to get lamb balls in a randomized world.
I know. I considered setting it up as a randomized world, but I was like, eh. I think that'd be fun for like a later run.
Yeah.
Like a chaos run or whatever. Not one that I'm like, I want to take a lot of pride in.
Yeah.
Like Maya's character is literally purple. Literally purple. She named her character Chaos, and she has a chest named Evil and Horse Steed or Evil and Steed something or whatever. Evil and Malevolent Steed or something.
Yeah, the Mimog, yeah.
It's a Mimog. Yeah, she can't even ride that shit. Like, what are you doing?
I think it might have just been horse or something. Evil and malevolent horse.
Oh yeah. Wasn't I'm a jerk? Oh no, this is different. Oh my god, I forgot about the existence of this song. I'm so glad that I'm just gonna take my fucking sweet ass time. It's gonna be amazing. I completed setting up a workbench. Okay, look, game. I'm gonna need you to understand. I have already done that. Do you not see that I have an axe and a pickaxe? You know what? Fuck it. I'll make another one.
I think if you drop them and pick them back up, it might work.
Oh, maybe. No, did not work. I was your boyfriend that never let you go. Please don't listen to me sing, okay? I have problems.
Oh no.
What?
I don't have permission to place or place/remove structures
Oh
because I'm
shit!
just a
Right,
basic.
right, 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 right.
I'm a basic guy.
How do I permit you?
You just changed my guild rank.
There you go.
Thank you.
Welcome. I'm hungry. I must eat these berries.
Oh, still apparently don't have permission. It says it's on. Do you have a base down already? Weird.
Oh, there we go. There you
Did
go.
it not save or something?
There you go.
There we go.
There was literally a thing that said place and remove PAL boxes. Well, you're responsible if that's where you're placing the base. You're responsible for getting to level 2, so I can have a base too.
No, it's literally just to get the quest done.
Oh, fair enough. No, I haven't been attacked by Sims. Hey, guess what? Guess how many mods we have, Sims? 0. We
so
worked
hard.
really hard to do nothing.
I'm proud of us. No one's done nothing better than we have.
It's okay. We are good sports about it. It's one of those things. It's like we could be upset about it, or we could just play a game we love to play. Mine the blue notes on the beach to obtain a pallium fragment. Oh my god, chicken. I don't want a chicken. I want this fucking. Look, can we just like. Look, can you just. Get me to the point where I can get your fucking. Say the night. What have I got here? What have I got here? Palgear workbench? Take that. I take it. I take it.
Yeah, it basically just the
Sir.
the way the servers run, like hosted.
I need clothes. I can't be running around naked. I have to go catch another land ball. Pardon me. I need a parachute too.
Mammoth Rest, let's go.
At least you guys
Yeah,
tried. You tried for yeah, we did. We put forward the effort. Yeah.
Yeah, we
We
tried.
gave it a good college try, okay? Look, like we're not gonna
I
sit
don't remember sleeping with it.
You sleep with
A good old college try.
Tristan. You're in college.
I am.
Who are you sleeping with?
The server. It's a Linux-based server, not a Windows-based server.
Yeah.
So
Us
we
both
just
having the mod wasn't the concern. That worked. Technically speaking, like when we loaded up the server, it showed us that we had the mod installed. Because we did.
It worked when we had them
From
installed. It's
our
just
visual perspective, everything was fine. However, the server itself was like, I don't know what the fuck you're trying to show me right now.
yeah. Nitrado doesn't allow the mods basically because they're all Linux servers.
Come here, little Lambo. Be my friend.
That's the parachute. Yeah.
So good at this game. Just need clothes. Clothes and a potion.
Some games, it's because most likely it's because they only recently allowed workshops, Steam Workshop support for Palworld.
Everybody basically that is like, I got mods on my server, aren't running Nitrado. Like, no, you can get mods on your server. You can get mods on your dedicated server. That's what people are saying. Like, you can get mods on your dedicated server. This is all you have to do. Yeah, that works on Windows servers.
It's a Windows OS based server. Oh, Gumosses. I want the Gumos.
Oh, yeah, you wanted one of those for a reason that I don't remember.
Neither do I. I'll remember. But it's partner skill I want. I think it's to do with the login, and it makes like wood lighter.
Oh, I need one of those. Come here, you little shits. I also see a chicken in the distance.
I think I'd
I don't want a chicken.
Paparai if I was gonna go melee.
I like melee. Unfortunately, a lot of the melee options aren't that fucking fabulous. I do like the arrows. But I'd like to try something different, you know?
Yeah.
Maybe. Excuse me, Mr. Kumas, would you like to be family? Sir! Don't shoot mud at me. Sir, I said, would you. Family! Ohana! Ohana means family.
Family means nobody's left alone.
Behind.
Alone.
Okay, look, I don't want you. I don't want you. You're level 2. Gross.
It is behind.
Trash.
Trash.
Get away from me, trash. Disgust me.
Yeah. Like literally, if we had the ability
Excuse me.
to set it so that like we could add a thing that supports .pack files, we could run mods.
Yeah.
But there's just we don't have access to the server launch.
Oh my gosh. Oh my god, my Cativa's ferocious, babe. I got a ferocious Cativa. It's also a coward, but all of them are.
All of them are, yeah. Nice. That is really
Get
good.
over here, you little shit. Hey, this Lamball's trying to commit seppuku.
Don't worry, you'll figure out the Sudoku puzzle soon.
No! You get over here, you little bitch. That's what I thought.
Yeah, if they just allowed us to have access to the startup options of the server, we would be able to run mods, but we don't have access to that, unfortunately.
We just need to be like, hey, can you check for mods? And the game will be like, yeah, that's fine. Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's like, no. No.
Nowhere for us to add check for mod.
I need that Lamball over there. I see it. I see it.
They used to have a different like interface where you could do that, but they changed it at some point, and got rid of it. But most likely mod support will come.
Eventually, it will, cause like look at what's going on with this game. It's gonna be fine.
Yeah.
It's gonna be fine.
Cat
Crusher, I'll
mining
take that. I will
forces
need that fucking
22.
forever. As for the rest of the shit, I don't know if I'm gonna need that. I'm gonna be very, very fucking picky about what the hell I unlock.
I'm not gonna. I'm not gonna when I get later on spend ages just unlocking every fucking thing early and then not be able to unlock any ancient technology.
Mm-hmm.
It'll.
Oh, I'm gonna get
I
my
need to do
cat
the
to help me.
spell box just so I can.
Help me, cat. My ferocious kitty.
Yeah, how are you doing, Sims?
Don't worry, I'll give you some surgery later so you're not so cowardly. Good job, kitty. Why can I not make clothes? Because I need fiber.
Improves logging efficiency and reduces weight of all types of wood by 40%.
Nice.
The logging efficiency by 30%.
That's awesome.
Oh, and I got a serious one. Means it's got better work
What's
speed.
up with my Gumas? What do you get? It's a dainty eater. It's not gonna burden me with asking me for food all the time.
Mine foreman. I got a ferocious chickpea.
That's what you want, your chicken.
Yeah.
It's a fight back. Come, ferocious kitty. Oh shit, I meant to produce a pal sphere. You broke the base, right?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Like anytime I need to make a base, I will break it once I leave.
Yeah.
Just simply so I can.
Oh,
So you have access to base too. Another base hog.
come on. There we go. Open inventory. Eat food. All right. I'm gonna eat some raw lamb. I'm gonna eat some raw mutton. Delicious. Unlock cloth outfit. Did that already. Now do the same. Equip a normal parachute and press jump. There, you're done. Find small settlement. Talk to the chief. Okay, bye. I'm apparently heading off to the thing. I don't know. Do I want this puppy?
I want to catch some pupperos.
Yeah, all right.
A lot of the early game weapons are melee based, so
Yeah, true. They have a bow. I just want to get. I don't want to unlock the basic bow. Okay.
yeah.
Basically, here's my goal. Okay. Excuse me, puppy. Dude, Kativa, can you just like look? Get aggressive. Go attack that bitch. There we go. That worked. At least I know I can just set it to aggressive. I was like, I can't fucking reach it. And he's running away. Cat, go. Oh, that one's a mind foreman.
Oh, there's an egg here. It's a while before we can even hatch eggs, so I'm not even going to burden my inventory with it.
I'm gonna eat it later.
Like the lift monk effigy. I picked up the quest from the lady to go to the settlement because we need to go to the settlement anyway.
I did that too.
Nice.
I found. Oh, that egg. I'm not picking that up.
Yeah, no, not that egg. The weigh like 10 or 20.
Oh, I'll pick up the egg, like the chicken egg. I can eat it.
Chicken eggs, yes. Yeah, they're food right
That's
now.
what I meant.
Ah. B. K. Oh, wow.
What?
A lucky Vixie already. It's level 10.
Nice. I didn't catch a Vixie in the other world until today.
I think I can.
God, there's a drowning cat. This cat loves me. Look at him. He's like, "What's up? What we doing next?" Come on. Come on. Come on. We can go.
Go, Lambo. Go.
Are you dressed? Do you have clothes? Tristan?
Me? I'm dressed. Yeah.
Let's just make sure.
What?
I'm just curious. I don't want to be
Oh.
nosy, okay? Jesus.
Oh my
Why?
gosh, I need to get out of my
Why?
clothes.
I want that Fox Sparks. I'm gonna get it. Aggressive. Be aggressive.
Be
Thank you.
aggressive.
Thank you.
Be aggressive. Yeah.
Wait, okay, look. You can be defensive. Yay, I got it. It's a mind
Yes,
formant, dude.
got the lucky Vixie.
Oh my god. Alright, I'll
She's a
catch this
coward.
one too, I guess. It's fine.
That was hard.
Why did you kill it? Okay. Attack that deer. Attack the deer. Go for it. Look, it's fine. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Look, don't worry about it. Look, he can't hit you. Just keep throwing him. Bitch, don't hit my cat. Don't hit my cat. That's very rude. That's very rude. Don't hit my cat. Don't hit my cat. You killed my cat. You hoe bag.
Get the hoe.
Gary, where are you at?
Nice having pals that are actually higher level.
I know. There we go. All right,
Nice.
Gumash, you're gonna have to stop now. It's being weird. Are you drowning? Bruh, stop shooting all the deer. Oh, now the deer are mad at me. Run away. Can't even. My cat's dead. My cat's dead. Be aggressive. Be aggressive. Exactly. Exactly. Look, they're trying to run away from me. How else am I supposed to get them to slow down? I can't spit in their direction with mud. Gumos can.
If only. If only I could spit in your general direction, sir.
I'm out of balls!
No. You need some balls?
No, it's fine. I'm gonna make some. There's a penguin behind
Maybe I
me.
should check how stinky I am.
I'm not stinky at all. I'm amazing and not stinky.
Stinky.
I'm not even slight. This is not what I meant to make. This is not how we make. This is not exactly how we make Palworld.
Oh, you're proud of me, my love?
Oh my lord. Check mine.
58.
I only have stinky. There's still an earth deer following me. He wants me dead. But he hurt
And
my cat.
you rough balls as well.
He killed my attack cat.
Oh no. Yeah, can I use your workbench?
Yeah. I mean, after I'm done with my balls.
Oh, why not? I'll make one right next to you. Cake by the ocean. I just need another axe.
You what?
Just needed to make another axe. I'm gonna make a club as well. I'm going to go and make dinner, so I'll be back in a bit. If you're, yeah, we're gonna be live for a while still.
Yeah, we're good. We started a new world. We're not allowed to stop.
New world, concrete. Wow, how do I already have applied ranch in handbook? Chicken.
Do you really?
Yeah.
I love that for you.
Might have been from the Vixie I called.
I need to borrow this. I need to make this. Oh my god, your cat is huge.
My cat?
Sorry, your Vixie, your fox thing, whatever.
That's lucky.
Move!
Oh.
I have to put my cat away. My cat is dead.
Oh no.
I have to replace it with a fox. That I thought I had 2 of, but I apparently only have 1.
Alright, melee weapon damage increase, okay.
Now I'm gonna be heavy because my cat's dead. I mean, I guess technically I could just hold the cat's dead body. If I hold the cat's dead body, I'll be able to carry 50 more pounds.
You would be able to. Oh my god, it's depressing.
Don't mind me. I'm just gonna hold my cat's dead body.
Okay, let me check the Discord to see
It's
what.
so dark.
Okay.
Oh Lord.
I would be happy getting on the Paparazzi.
Shh, shh, shh. Look at this guy. Look at this girl. Look at this. Look at this. Look at these guys. Do you know what these guys can do?
What's that?
They can shove their face into stone really hard.
They can.
My weapon's damaged.
No. They really can shove their face in the stone really hard.
Get in the fucking bowl! Sorry. There we go. There we go. He's abnormal. Here, I'll help.
Get back here. Good, Rashul. Oh my god, sickly, dainty, and earthquake resistant.
Discard this. I'll put this over here.
Oh my god, they're aggressive depressors.
Look, look. I have a bat.
Let's go.
I want the level 7.
Try not to kill him, Vixie.
What? Get over here. No, no. Don't hit him. You're my target. Get over here.
Yeah.
No. No.
Serious work slave. No wonder it's depressed.
I don't know. Oh, that was a good one.
This is actually a pretty good one.
Get in the fucking bowl, bitch. Jesus Christ. Good thing I made close to 30 balls. Mercy hit. He wasn't going to kill me no matter what.
I wonder if that does work, repel.
That's funny.
Hey, we can just fly down here.
Honestly, that's going to be like the perfect pal
Uh-huh.
to like tame early on things. Hell yeah.
Yeah, you can just jump off the cliff and you get straight to the village. Hey, man.
Where are you at?
At the village chief.
Oh, shit.
Yeah,
I didn't even know this is where we were.
Yeah, it's talking about the world tree.
I gotta swap out my fox for my depressive.
Capture a fox bark, unlock the harness. Oh yeah, that's
I
right.
have the fox bark. I should unlock the harness skill. Wait,
Mission this person.
when do I get the fox bark's harness? Oh, it's level 6. Alright, I could do that.
Oh yeah, and then there's a guy in the guard tower over here who we have to hand the food.
Oh, and guess what? We don't have to like hold on about like bounties and stuff too, because we slowed down. We took forever.
Uh-huh.
Jesus fucking Christ, you talk a lot, old man. That was great the first time though. Stamina's a bit of a struggle. Alright, what were we saying, babe?
The guy in this tower is who you need to hand the
I know.
the food to.
Babe, you act like we haven't done this before.
I forgot where in the town he was.
Oh, yeah, I know. I just hadn't made it over here yet.
Oh. And then go back to the farmer. I feel like they made that area to that first village shorter.
I don't know.
I feel like it
No,
was more in the golden area before. But I don't know.
no.
Or daydream.
I just never got there that way. We should get a daydream.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's gonna be good.
Yeah, no. She's allergic to my balls. Don't know why I
Which
don't
one are
have
you
my boots here.
catching? I'm gonna catch this level 7 one.
It's a level 7 down here on the beach. By
This
the
one's
beach.
my friend.
I got her. Hydromaniac. Oh my god.
Let's see what this one is.
I am going to.
This one's clumsy. I love it. I don't even remember what clumsy does.
Work speed decrease.
Oh, well, I'm not. She's not doing work, so.
Maniac is increased water damage. Nice, just what I want on a daydream.
There, and then take this little bitch here. This little bitch is gonna help me out a lot. And yeah, I'll do this one too. Why not? Alright, I got a pretty good team. Okay, one's helping me lighten the load. One's gonna hit me from attack with me. One's helping me increase my melee. One's helping me carry wood. One's gonna help me attack things no matter what. And he's got mercy hit. So yay!
I think a cool thing they could add is like something that increases the amount of pals you can have in your party to like
Look
a
at
max of
this.
50.
Wait a minute. What just happened?
Did the depresso kill it?
Yeah. How?
Is that your depresso?
Yeah.
Oh.
Fuck. Oh. Well, pacifist will not reduce the target's health below 1.
It poisoned it. The depresso can poison, and then the poison did damage.
I see. Well, yeah. I mean, he's not. Yep. I see.
Yeah, poison is what kills it.
Okay.
That's good to know.
Yeah. Good to know. Yeah. So I mean, he's doing his best. He's doing his best. I'm trying not to kill it. Sometimes it just happens. Look, it's killing things a lot less than the cat would. Okay.
Okay,
I feel kind of bad that I'm running around with a dead cat's body. I'm gonna go get another cat so this doesn't feel so creepy.
Okay, furnace. Primitive furnace. Small feed bag.
And I can't hit and rip beep 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 beep. I love you like a love song, baby. I love you like a love song, baby. I love you like a love song, baby. And I keep. Apparently, I've already caught 5 land balls. All right.
For the quest?
I don't know. I guess, yeah. I don't.
I think they reduced it to. It used to be 12.
Yeah, I caught 5. That's what I was saying. It's yellow. The box is yellow.
Oh, nice, yeah.
Come here.
I think I still need to catch some
Come here,
levels.
kitty, kitty, kitty. Come here, kitty, kitty, kitty. Can you stop moving? Oh my god. Lord.
Does this one need to be out?
Rough. Oh my god. I think the cat almost exploded.
What happened?
I spent forever chasing this cat. every single time I got close to it to swing, it'd just be running, you know? It's so fucking fast. And I'm chasing it.
Yeah.
I finally hit it, and as soon as I do, both the daydream and depress, I hit it both at the same time, and then I smash it with a ball in the face. Oh, this cat looks depressed.
25. This would be 50. I would like to
It's coward
steal.
and brittle. No wonder he's depressed.
Let me make.
I'm not even trying to like rush through this. I'm taking my sweet ass time.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hey, kitty, kitty.
Hey, kitty, it's a cat and a kitty.
Hey, kitty, you're so fine. You're so fine. You blow my mind. Hey, kitty.
Kitty.
Hey,
Hey,
kitty. Hey,
Hey,
kitty, you're
kitty,
so
this is
fine. You're so fine. You blow my mind. Hey,
paradise.
kitty. Hey, kitty. No.
We're talking about the paradise kitty, right?
No. No!
Oh,
No
this
kitty
is
treats.
such a disgusting guy.
That was such a disgusting guy for sure. Okay, that was my 5 out of 5.
So which one?
Kitty.
Nice. Oh, yeah, I'm at 5 out of 5 for the land ball. I haven't caught a single cativa. Come here, you coward. I've got a baseball bat with your
That's
face
why
on
they
it.
run so fast. Chicken.
King Kong.
Jesus Christ, my entire
Orange one?
party wants
Oh.
them dead.
I killed that one in 2 hits.
I just hit things once and my party kills it.
Daydream. I made the baseball bat.
So did I. That's what I'm running around with. Good luck trying to hit a cat with a freaking baseball bat.
Heck, I'm out of balls. My balls dropped. Out of my
This is
pocket.
going.
I can never. I think I want 1 or 2 points. 1 point. I'm gonna put 1 point into work speed increase.
Okay,
Early. Just so I can make the Pal spheres faster.
fair enough.
And a couple of things. I feel like 1 point is fine early enough. Memorist, 0.66% chance. I think I've got it.
I hope you do.
I'm not gonna try. I could try, but I'm not. I love you like I love somebody.
I'm basically guaranteed I throw it anything I throw it at because I hit it with a baseball bat. Daydream hits it and Depresso hits it.
Oh yeah, just
Yeah, it's like yeah, we're good.
you could take off whatever attack is poisoning, unless that's just Depresso's nature.
Oh, you're right.
Then you won't run into the risk of it killing it.
Poison blast. We don't have to swap it. Just take it off. No, just take it off. It's fine. It doesn't have to swap. We can just remove it. No, it won't. It won't remove it. Oh wait, I can. There we go.
Nice.
That's
You
awesome.
escaped my sphere. Oh my god, he dodged. His pupper eyes goaded. Not only did he escape an 88% chance, he then dodged the next sphere I threw at him.
Oh my god, I got a workaholic brave chickpea.
Nice.
No, get back here. Get back here, you little penguin.
Uh,
Oh
but yeah,
Lord.
it's a 50% increase instantly, which then means that gets built very quick, and then I can make these very quick.
Dude, I got fucking lucky. I feel like I'm playing, like, I'm just like, if I want it, it's mine. The fuck?
We've got that
All I have to
one.
do is touch it, and my pals are like, it's yours. You can have it. You want it, mama. It's all yours. Look, I don't even want no more penguins. Yes, I do.
I wonder. Do I want to do something where, like, as I go through an area, if I see a pal that's of like a reasonable level to catch, do I get 5 of them before I move on to other areas?
I don't know. You can do whatever you want to do. I'm just like, if I can catch up with that penguin, I'm gonna smack it.
You fast bastard.
They're bouncing around. Here's a slow one. This one looks depressed. God damn it. Now he saw me and he ran away.
Oh, the crap.
Oh, there's a cow. I need
Oh.
that. I need that. Let me just,
Okay, that's...
especially since the cow is like really far away from here, the normal cow spawn.
Yeah, it is.
I want that one. You guys hear me? That cow right there.
More sniper modules.
Help me. Help me get this is mine.
My arms instead. I know what it is. Okay.
Oh my god, I have 2/3 of my farm for my cake.
Nice. Wikipedia. Got pixies. I still need 2 more. Oh, T-Fants I need some more of, but they're further up the hill. Pengallet. Will you just attack Daydream? Get him. Yeah.
Love you, babe.
I love you too, honey. Get back here. Oh, you've just trapped yourself. Oh my god, he swims so fast. Come back to land, Pangullet. Yeah. You doomed yourself. I like I like the base progression of the thing.
Me too.
I feel like it's even more balanced than like it was in the beta.
Mm-hmm. Hey, you guys want to get a calamity? Not a calamity. That's not what I said. Caperty.
Oh my
We want a
god.
white dragon.
Do you think they'll add a Terraria Calamity mod to Palworld?
Oh my god. Absolutely not. Look, there's a Caperty over there. You guys, go catch that. Go catch it. It's level 14. We got this. We got this. It's a really good cedar. Cedar? That's a word. Okay, go get it. Go get it. Look, look, look. Oh my god. I'm trying to like attack that without attacking the cats. Okay, you can see that, yeah? You can see it. Ready? Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Come on, let's go. Aggressive. Aggressive. Be aggressive. Do it. Yes. Oh my god. You didn't hit it. Depresso, you gotta try harder than that. Go, 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 go. No, I don't want you to be mining ore. Go, go, go. Go. This one. Yes. Come on, help. Got this. Got this. No, Depresso, be careful. Be careful, he's very strong.
Oh, Pepper. Nice, you hit it, so it should be aggroed.
I got it. I have a level 14 Caperty or whatever. Oh my god, stop hitting everything. Okay, look, look, look. We need to get back on the defensive. Back on the defensive, Depresso. It's okay. Shit. We have to catch that fox sparks. It's irresponsible not to. If we don't,
You'll tell its people.
it's just no. I just mean it's only got 1 health.
Oh. Oh my.
It just
Gonna
leaves.
die.
It just leaves it on 1 health. It's just like it's just gonna die the second we walk away. Okay. There's another cow over here, baby. Want it?
I caught a couple already, I found some.
Oh, good, good, good.
Okay.
I'm gonna catch that one then. Might be a better cow. Where are you going?
You die if you get out of that ball. Good.
Get it, get it. Oh shit.
Okay, gonna grab the skill fruit. I might use some skill fruits, honestly. Any of these interesting?
Don't fuck with me. Depresso's pissed. Look at him. He's like, people keep fucking hitting me. Stop hitting Depresso.
I am somewhat surprised they don't have a hammer weapon in this game.
I know, you'd think.
You can whack him with a club, but you can't just, stick a mallet on the top and then just smack him in the face.
Right? That's what I'm saying.
Shady power merchant. Oh, hey, buddy.
Could you get early encounters? Alright.
I put a dent in his brain. I should.
Glad you guys seem so proud of us. We're doing a good job. What happens when we go in with a little bit of knowledge? This is why I start worlds over all the damn time, though. Is because it's like, I feel like, I could do it better. I could do it better the second time.
Better, faster, stronger, better.
There's no fucking things in here.
Yeah, the XP's already slowed right down.
Good. I'm glad. That's exactly what I want. I don't want to be level 40 by the end of the day.
Literally, we'll be like level 30 by now. On the 3 times. Like, I could maybe fight the chillet at this point. Because I've got no counters to it. I think I'll still kick my ass.
Wait, what level am I? 10? Oh, I'm level 13? What the fuck?
Yeah.
I can do the chillet, yeah. I want the chillet. I need that. I need that in our socks. I'm gonna get my chillet army going.
Oh, hey, honey.
Hi,
I was
babe.
like, trying to go to the same area as you.
Oh, yeah, well, you said chillet, and I was like, yeah, that's a good idea.
I was just coming for this fast travel point. But yeah. Is there a jump point over
Yeah,
here?
there is. It's right in here.
Oh, nice. Oh, yeah, sorry, I remember taking this up.
Wee. Hello, chillet. I have friends. And one of them's gonna be you. Hold on, let me slow down. I need some stamina back. I should probably catch a lift monk for that arrogant pal guy. Fuck him up.
Go, Gammas. Oh, wow. Oh my god. That skill I taught it was very strong. I can't even have it out anymore.
See if that's good enough. Nope. Go ahead, fuck him up. I participated.
Okay, I think that's about as good as you're gonna get.
2 health? Yeah, I think so. Yay, he's got nothing. But that just means he doesn't have anything bad.
It could also just not be displaying the skills, because sometimes it doesn't display the skills when you catch the first one. Like the new capture.
That's not
thing.
that's not been that way for anything else.
I've had a couple where it hasn't shown the skills of what they had.
The only time that does it for me is if If it literally just doesn't have any. Sometimes they don't have passives.
Sometimes they don't know. And the early bosses don't have any special skills that they're guaranteed to have.
Oh, I need to get a lift, monk. Hello, shady pal merchant. Are those cows yours?
Hey, you found him. I still need to capture a fox box and make its harness.
I have a foxpark. I have a couple, I think. I don't know, man. Things get brought down to one health, and I'm just like, all right, bruh, come on. Oh my god, my depresso died. When did that happen?
What's its face?
Should it?
The chillet put it onto one health, so it probably just got tapped by anything. I'm not going down that hill, don't worry. Those Relaxosauruses are scary.
Cornered it on a cliff. My lift monk.
Do I need to make this harness? 2 more flame organs, 5 more fragments. I can get the fragments easy.
I got some wheat seeds.
Nice. Oh yeah, the lift monks give wheat and berry seeds.
I had to chase him down to a cliff, but I got it.
Oh my god, they're playing!
Who's playing?
There were some fox parks that were playing.
Oh my god, what the fuck are they doing here?
Relaxosauruses?
Yeah!
Yeah. That was what I was like, yeah, I'm not going near that.
What level are they?
20.
Are you kidding me? Wow.
Oh, thanks, Daedrin. Was this Pangolin running from you?
If it was, I wasn't chasing it.
Just saw something scary. Gonna stand there and watch the burn.
That lift monk wasn't paying attention and I caught it.
Nice.
just sitting there staring off in space and I was like, ball?
Of the wind.
The thing with the Vixies, though, babe, is you can put them in a farm and they'll just dig up money for you.
They'll dig up money, they'll dig up a bunch of Pell spheres.
Ooh, yeah, I should get one. Mm.
I had a couple in my base for a while before, and they dug up like 200, actually no, a lot more. I had like 900 blue Pell spheres very quickly.
Got a Vixie. It's shabby.
Bottomless stomach coward on a Clovey. Impatient on that Clovey. And stats. Attack, please.
Oh, fuck, I killed it.
Oh no.
Ah, I killed it again. Damn it. I don't know my own strength. Are you snapping for a reason, babe? I don't like that.
The song?
I don't like it.
I can't snap to the song?
Why are you snapping to this song? You've never done that.
I snap to songs occasionally.
I've never heard you snap to songs.
You literally like said to me the other day about.
Did I?
Yeah.
I don't like it. I mean, you can do it if you want to. I'm just letting you know I don't like it.
Okay, I won't
Mostly
do it.
because, like, I've been snapped at. Literally. Like, as to get my attention. And I hate it because I'm not a dog.
I don't snap at people to get their attention.
I know, but, like, it's just, I don't know. I get it. I know that it's not your intention, but like I perceive it as you're trying to get my attention, and then it.
If I was to get your attention, I'd be like, honey. That's how I get your attention.
Ooh, there we go. That Vixie has a burly body. Much better.
I need.
Herbie.
You found a Herbie.
Be my friend. Be my friend. Be my friend, Herbie. Herbie, be my friend. Oh my god. Tell me he's ferocious. Tell me he's ferocious. He's a dainty eater. There's more Herbies though. Don't worry, I got you. Come back. Come back. I can't roll. I don't have. I'm too fat.
No.
Come back.
I need cloth. Stupid lambles. Do the Vixies drop a wall? No. Just the lambles. So far.
Damn it.
Enjoying the music, Lucy?
It is attention. There we go.
Oh, I met up with you. Hello, honey.
Hey, don't mind me. I'm just getting this nothing hamster. I saw a girl. I saw a girl, and I don't know where it went. You know what? I will stretch because I have been shrimping.
A girl hamster?
I saw a girl hamster and it ran away, and I was like, "Oh my god, I could breed hamsters," and I was like, "I shouldn't do that." I'm not putting hamster in my party. I just want to catch hamster. Just 5 in here. I'm glad. I'm very glad.
We like people that vibe. We like people that don't vibe and just hate us too. Flood the messages with hate.
You hate me?
No. There are people who literally just watch streamers because they hate them and they just want to send hateful messages in chat.
You suck. Fuck you. Suck
Like
a
Queso.
dick. What?
Queso?
I found the girl.
There's a lot of people who just don't like him because he's a fat guy who's made it.
Oh
On
my
Twitch.
god, Cassio?
Yeah, Cassio.
I think he's great. He's funny. I don't watch him, but like I've seen some stuff on YouTube.
Mm-hmm.
Look, this is for
And
future
yeah,
breeding
and there's
purposes.
people who just
No. Sorry.
hate him because he's
I don't think that most people watch him because they hate him.
no.
I think they like making fun of him because he makes fun of himself.
Yeah.
I think he's great.
There are definitely some people who hate him. But there's people who hate freaking
Ah,
VTubers.
fuck, I killed the jolt hog. Sorry. It's a lot easier to catch things at night when they're sleeping.
Yeah. You can walk up and get a sneak attack on their face.
Mm-hmm.
And it does a lot of damage and they almost die and then you put them in a bowl. I've been told to hydrate. All I've got is monster. I am out of monster. Help me, Lambo. Thank you for the hydrate weapon. And now
Oh shoot, I have to like hold on, let me get my lift monk out of the pal storage real quick. I have one, and I don't want.
Hydrate before you go lay down. Good night, guys. Love you.
Night Whipper.
Have much sleep. Of good.
Get out of the fucking ground. Do you not understand? I am trying to show this guy I do, in fact, have a lift monk.
We did start again, yes.
Yeah, we did. We're in a good place, though.
We started again because we
Wanted to.
Oh, you'll be ahead of me tomorrow. By lunch, I'm sure of it.
Maybe.
Maybe. We don't have the XP increase from before,
Yeah,
so
we
being
we
slower.
specifically reduced the XP increase we had before.
He's wanting a dire howl now.
You just got a low 52. Yeah, we'll be there. Actually, getting to that high level was really quickly was kind of what ruined the last run for us.
Yeah, we got to level 50 when we were still like what gear were we still making? Like we weren't even up to Pell metal. We were making like
Yeah,
metal gear, and we were like level 50s.
I hated it. It just wasn't fun.
Yeah, just way too quick. I mean, it wasn't not fun. It just
I mean, it was fun, but it was like it's more fun when you're like on level,
it's
on
fun to
par and
eat.
everything. I like leveling up, you know. I like there being satisfaction in leveling up, not it happening every 2 seconds just 'cause
Yeah. Oh, if you
it's not like it's hard to level up in this game.
yeah, it really isn't hard
What are you
to
saying,
level up.
babe?
If you have done the Foxbox harness,
I have not, but I can try. I mean, I don't know if I don't have the Paldium fragments.
oh no. But after that is the tower, which we could do an early tower.
Oh my god, that'd be hilarious.
Last time we did the tower, we were like level 30.
Yeah, I want to do things earlier. 'Cause
Yeah,
like everything's
more
too
early
fucking
tower.
easy. I like challenge, man.
Like the whale.
Yeah. The whale was still tough.
The whale was tough, but did I don't think we lost a
I
pal.
did. I lost
You did?
2.
Ah. Oh yeah, because you're stuck on the ground and couldn't like avoid stuff, so
Yeah.
your pals were also getting hit. That was annoying that you couldn't fly during that.
How you think I felt?
Yeah,
My god, babe, do you have like 6 Paldium I can steal?
I do.
Can you like come up to this thing? Oh, I guess I'll have to.
Yeah, coming over.
I'm gonna need cloth for it, aren't I?
Cloth.
I adore you. You're my husband and I adore you forever and ever.
Oh my god, she thinks I'm adorable. Ooh, did you have
What
a
were you gonna say about the Foxparks harness?
After you have that,
You want me to start crafting one for you? Is that what you're gonna do?
no, I've made mine. After you have the Foxbox harness and you hand in the quest, then you get the quest to do the tower.
Oh, okay. Well, that's good. That'll be there for a minute.
Money, we don't need the money, money.
Wait.
Yeah, bing.
Look how heavy I am. I just trot down the hall. Trotting down. This as fast as I go. Trot. I'm 270 pounds overweight.
Perfect. Just how he likes them.
Chunky. He likes some thick.
That
He likes some
200
chunky.
270 pounds overweight. That's not heavy enough.
I know, he likes them over 500 pounds.
500 pound, over 500 pound, tall and active.
Yeah.
Active in quotation.
Look at that man. Oh my god, is he standing for you?
He is
What the
standing.
fuck is he doing? Sit your ass down. Who the hell are you?
These pillows are for sitting, not for standing. I'm a guy who wants me to defeat 5 bosses.
You like him chunky? You like him big? You like him chunky? Have you seen the Escaping Paradise? Like Big Girls Wanted?
Big Girls Want to Escape in Paradise. It is
A mess. A shit show.
it's effectively a cult. Moto. I don't think you have.
I have all of these pals that he has. Oh my god, I have so many pals. What the fuck?
Yeah, the person at the top of the hill wanted to give her a watering power in the farm. I was like, oh, cool, yeah, I've got these.
Why do I only have one penguin? I thought I had a lot more. Oh, I forgot I had to chill it.
Hey no, hey no, hey no.
That's nice. I can organize my storage here. Yeah, I don't have to have a dead cat. I'm gonna sell some Oh
stuff.
wait, frogs are water. Oh my god, there's no fucking way. Babe.
Yeah?
Progero with water?
Oh! Is that mastery of fasting?
It is.
Okay. That's good.
Mm-hmm. I'll give her the lift monk. Not the lift monk. That's not a water pal. I'll give her the other frog.
Okay. There's not gonna degrade. I don't be a wob. Oh no, I suppose I can. I'll give you the arrows.
I don't know why I'm so
I think I'm gonna try ballet in this one. I know I said that in the last one, but I'm gonna try and stick to it this time. Oh yeah, I'll give you a book.
I like mixing it up. I think I'm not gonna get the fucking. I'm not gonna waste a lot of time trying to get the Terra Prisma sword though.
The applied. Wow. And that too? I thought because the legendaries are like the applied ranching handbook and the stout fruit
Mm-hmm.
might actually sell for a bit. I wasn't gonna sell, I was just gonna check. No, they sell for 1 each.
Oh wow.
Worth. Thinking that maybe if you were like in a dire need of money, you could sell them because you can grind those. Oh yeah, the fishing rod. Beginner fishing set. Ooh, that's not too hard to make. I do need metal though.
I'm not gonna make that. I'm gonna make the later one. Honestly, I never used the beginner one. But you said you're gonna you're gonna fish early in this one.
Yeah, I want to get fishing early. Get some.
Honestly, the kelpsies might be good. So if you can get kelpsies, you can get a farm going.
Oh yeah, for the aquatic fluid,
Ah,
right?
shit. Yeah, I should probably do that too.
You don't have to. I know that you would prefer the later one.
I know, but I could just go ahead and get it now. It's just a fishing rod. And it is, like, really good to get the kelpsie early.
Yeah, we do need to make metal though to get it. I think it's 8 metal, the fishing rod.
I can get it. I just need it.
8 metal, yeah.
I'm just working my way towards where I'm gonna go build my house.
Working my way downtown. Where do you want to put the first one?
I already know where I'm gonna build my house. Come on, follow me.
You want me to carry anything for you?
No, I got this.
Okay.
It's gonna be a nice little stroll.
Damn, work it, babe.
All right. Imagine if I wasn't holding my cat though. I don't know if I'll be able to fly. So we're just gonna have to walk the whole way. Be prepared, we might have to kick some ass. Dude, I have some hard shadows going on my thighs.
You do.
Oh, uh, oh, 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 oh.
I'm
I
hungry.
like to move it, move it. I like to move it.
I ate the baguette.
I wonder if I almost went to go pick up that piece of wood. Yeah, that's what I do. That's why I'm heavy, is because I keep just picking up random sticks off the ground.
Make way.
If do glow, I do
Blocking.
pick up.
Huh?
I said, if do glow, I do pick up. Oh, look, a Powerball. Look at that, a Power Sphere. It's mine, it's mine. You can't have it.
Catch you. Go.
Oh my god, that was 2.
Nice. Sometimes they come in twos. Ooh, a chest. Hello, chest.
I can't get that. You get it. You're fine.
Money and bread and a copper key. That's pretty
I thought you were about to
unintuitive
say something else.
key in a chest. And not a key ring. They're gonna make this base on the bridge.
No.
Other side of the bridge.
Yeah, unfortunately, we have to go to the other side of the bridge, so I'm gonna need your help.
Hey, bounty guy.
Yeah, I know. We're gonna do a bounty. That's gonna be nice.
Um,
It's okay. I gotta chill it.
I'm ready. Come here, my shield. Oh, I dropped him immediately. Vixie, go! You're big.
We got this. Whoa,
Don't even-
dude!
Bye-bye,
Seppuku, really? Come on.
Just
Like,
just the bridge and you want to do.
just jumped over the edge.
Beat him with
Number
sticks.
6.
Good lord.
And now you just continue your casual troll.
I hope there's an R-Sox in there.
Yeah, it could be. I've got to raid the camp now. I leveled up from that. More an attack. Let's go.
I really hope that there's an R-Sox in there. If it is, it's mine.
Don't worry, babe. Even if there's no R-Sox there, I'll
It's
make
not an
some
R-Sox, it's a Nox, I think. Is that a Nox?
Oh, it is. It is a Nox. Good spot. Yeah.
Oh, baby, baby. Well, of course I can spot a Nox from a mile away. That's all that freaking stupid pal breeder dude would show up with when I was looking for Dr. Braun.
Oh no. You want the Nox?
You go. Sure. I don't know what it does, but yeah, sure.
It locates nearby effigies.
How I want it to be. It gives me
Oh.
kinship peaches. That's what it do. Now because my lone. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Tristan, I can walk faster now.
You leveled up. Wow. You went from slow. You went from like strolling to a slow jog.
Yeah. But baby, the reason is you.
I can't keep up with you by blocking now.
I know, I'm so sorry. I'm that annoying NPC that is faster than you running, but slower than you walking. Or what is it? Slower than you running, but faster than you walking.
So you just have to like stutter step all the time.
Yep.
Oh my gosh, just get the glowy thing.
And
figured it
What
out.
did you find? Is everything? Oh, everything's on aggressive. That's why. Well, I hope you're
Yeah.
having fun killing everything. That's fine, I guess.
Figured out, my love.
What?
Crap. Let's go.
Oh, there you go.
This is as fast to your speed as I can be.
My chill is having a blast.
Give me a sign. Killing pals one more time.
Shouldn't have let you go. I must confess that my loneliness is killing me now. Don't you know I still believe? There, still got a little bit to go. Hold on, let me shut my mouth.
Oh, hey, look! It's just. I remember that tower, that schematic tower. It's like one of the last ones I got.
I passed it.
Oh no. Is it off the cliff to the right or something?
Yes,
Oh my god! Syndicate sub, die!
that my lonely is still in me. Don't you know
Oh my
I still
god, that hurt.
think you will be here and give me a sign. Hit me, baby, one more time. Will I take damage? Nope. Oh, I could
Ow.
use a dire howl.
No, I actually got that one.
Nice. I call the next dire howl.
The one just down this cliff. Hey, buddy, you wanna? Oh no, it's further down than I thought. This place.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's gonna be some good metal. It's gonna be amazing metal at this point. I'm sorry that I'll have to be part of your base for a little bit.
That's okay. I'm more than happy.
I'm glad you're more than happy. Poisoned blast, dark skill fruit. Okay.
You want to do me a favor? You're
Yeah.
gonna have to help me. Why does your voice sound so deep and manly?
Oh, I didn't change that at all.
Like your voice sounds weird.
Stamina. Give me a... Oh, my weapon's broken. I definitely have the technology.
Nope.
I just need to repair my pickaxe.
That's cool.
Cheaper than making a new one. Do you still need more stone? Any more stone around? Stone. Okay.
Bruh, move. Bruh, move. Bruh, move.
Do you need this finished?
I just needed that little asshole to get out the fucking way. here.
My head. There's a chest up on this rock. I didn't know about this one. Crazy. Oh, a Nifmunk effigy over there.
There you go. You can build your own base now.
Really?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
You sure? It still says there's one. The pals you can put in
Oh,
base.
never mind. Never mind.
Shoddy
I
bed.
misread the pals.
Be able to build a shoddy bed. Shoddies in a medieval head. Every day, like, oh my god, I need wool.
Oh my gosh, why are you like this? Who I'm assuming to be Jessie because that's who usually screams at me. Nope, it was Lucy. Of course.
I think Jessie did before, maybe. I don't know. I know Jessie said she was going to make something. I'm gonna go back and get some more wool.
Okay.
I'm rubbing my belly, yeah, rubbing my belly. Give me your flesh. So slow, I love it. Yeah, got a little bit more wool. This should help with the quests.
Oh my god.
Hmm?
You know how normally things, whenever they're chopping trees or whatever, they're using their body?
Mm-hmm.
This little lift monk has an axe.
To be fair, it gets SMGs.
Oh, true.
Looking crazy. Campfire. Okay, this one will let a level up, and I think not this level up, but the next level up will let me get my own base.
Beatbox.
Beatbox.
Easy peasy.
I will need that research too. I may as well get this one and this
Done.
one. And
Okay, now you can have a base.
Yay! I don't want to leave.
My bed now.
No, my wool.
Do you want your wool back?
No.
Oh, Lordy.
I love you.
I love you.
Where the heck is the feed box out there?
Put it over here.
No, I was looking for the research for it. I might. Oh, I know where I'm gonna have my base.
Where?
The other mining zone, in the green area. Just over towards the Pen King. Look
Oh,
up
I
on the
see, I
cliff.
see. Yeah, yeah.
Not
Way
here.
to
It
describe
is.
this girl without being disrespectful.
Is it here?
Damn girl, damn, she's a sexy thing. Sexy
I
chick.
swear
Damn,
it is
she's a
this way
sexy chick.
though. Northeast.
Damn, she's a sexy chick. Sexy chick.
What's in this
Damn,
camp?
she's
Oh,
a
it's
sexy
another
chick.
Nox.
Damn girl.
Ow, I got shot in the face. Hello, Nox. I will take you and free you, and when you least expect it, I'll return. Pell me, and I'll be showing up aura farming.
Yes, yes.
Mm. Dang, what that booty do? Where if this bridge is across the bridge? I think it is up here.
Damn, the sexy chick. Damn girl. Damn,
Yeah,
she's a sexy chick. Sexy chick. Damn, she's a sexy chick. Damn. There they are. I'm not using these yet though. I do like that they level sync though. That's nice. I feel like it'll be way too cheap to do that.
To level.
No, to just like use them.
Yeah, probably.
It does level sync them though. But still, it's like there's still like some level of powerful. Kind of.
Ooh, okay, that's easy to
But yeah,
test.
you're there. So at least I was able to test that you're there. Look at you guys working so hard. Gonna die young. We're gonna die young.
Now I got two philanthropist Foxbox. Wait, no, not mining. Oh. You know the drums.
What a shame that you can't come. Dying. You make a man wanna speak Spanish. ¿Cómo se llama? Bonita Picasa. Oh, baby, when I talk like that, you make them so mad. Maybe you're right, maybe you're not. Then you don't feel the body. Can see your body move. Spanish. ¿Cómo se llama? Bonita Picasa. Shara Shakira. My weapon, it is damaged.
Oh no! It's like my brain.
Your brain is damaged too?
My brain is damaged.
Oh,
Damaged is his name.
I cannot believe it.
Really?
I don't know, my brain might be a bit damaged too. Oh my god. I'm over here like, yeah, I'll make a chillet saddle. 10 leather.
We aren't rich.
You think I am? Bill Gates? Elon Musk?
To the moon.
Other generic rich guy?
That's all of them.
That's what I figured.
Stream is lagging. Let me check what Aiko stream's doing on my end.
Seems fine for me.
I mean, there's always a little delay, but yeah, I think it's your end. Stream looks fine on my end as well for Aiko's and mine.
Shakira.
Shaquille.
Shaquille O'Neal.
He makes a woman go mad.
I actually do have the leather. Weirdly. Interesting. Okay. I don't know what to tell you. I think it was fine the whole time, and you're just a liar, Lucy. Why would you lie to me?
No. He's lied.
Moves like Jagger, I got the moves like Jagger, I got the moves like Jagger. Show you, show you all the moves like Jagger, I got the moves like Jagger, I got the moves. What, earlier? Well, I don't know what to tell you. I don't know. I don't know.
I don't know you.
It's my purse.
That's my purse. I don't know you.
Why would you lie? I'm just fucking with you. You're fine.
We know your secrets, Lucy. You just love to lie in bed.
Pathological liar.
Pathological lying
You
down.
just, it's your weird hobby, your secret obsession, secret addiction. That's why you're on My Strange Addictions. You have an addiction to lying.
You're my Sharona.
Mm-hmm. Ah, my headset fell off.
No.
My ear was itchy. Excuse me, ma'am. I did what you wanted. You're welcome. She gave me a cheeseburger.
Interesting.
She gave me 5 cheeseburgers.
The description for Projiro says it's Projiro knocked.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I didn't even think about that. Oh, it does. Huh. No, you. Now I think he's lying. Again. Because of his addiction to lying.
First time. The second time. When will the lies end, Lucy? When will they end? Oh, whoops. Oh, I got a fire organ.
I burped. Oh my god, that's right. I need fire organ.
Why am I using my axe when I got a bat?
Didn't I catch a fucking caprity?
You did.
Why did I put a lift monk out there to do my planting? And then that bitch kept getting distracted. Because he wants to chop trees. And craft. Lift monks want to do everything. You can't do everything, lift monk.
I don't lie, like, there's a 16-second delay. That's probably because it's lagging on your end, and the delay just gets worse if your internet connection is bad.
Or it could be because we're in Australia. And 16 seconds ain't fucking nothing. Because, like, it's
Tuesday,
a Tuesday, innit? Sorry. I feel like I've offended him because he is from the UK, you know.
Don't worry.
You know,
He
I can
understands.
speak your language.
Okay, paused for you. Yeah, that's just gonna be connection on your end.
Yeah, I'm looking at the stream right now. It literally says live. Excellent.
Downloading all the feet pics.
Gosh.
The entire library of
I
feet
found a
pics.
messenger of love. Hello,
Aw.
love messenger. What do you want? You want feet pics? Oh, you want to dance. I see.
That's what feet pics
There
are
we
called.
go.
Yeah.
Got some. She gave me balls. Now I'm a man.
Delay getting big for me.
What's it tell you?
mean,
He
only-
says it's Sunday. Sounds like it's a pretty big delay. Said that minutes ago. What? That it was Sunday?
It's Sunday, innit?
I don't know. That's not as cool.
It. But you have to say it with a British accent, and then that actually sounds okay.
The only word I know how to say in British is
Tuesday.
Tuesday.
Oh, this is actually called copper ore.
Lucy's gonna disown us.
Wow, yeah. There must be a severe delay going on. It took Lucy like 5 minutes to respond to talking about feet.
Oh no. I'm so sorry, Lucy. It's nothing we can do. From our end, everything looks fine. And it says excellent even, so I don't know.
The only thing I can suggest is restarting your internet. Chewy day.
Chewy day. It's chewy. Just chewy. What the fuck, babe? Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm fine.
That's what
That's
Truex
what Truex
sounds like.
right?
Oh my god.
I can do it if I warm up a bit.
Tristan's dying.
Nothing unusual though. It's a daily occurrence, I mean.
Fire monkey!
Out of a can. Monkey fire.
Thank you, Chillet. Nameless Chillet. I got a pacifist tansy Ignis. I'm trying to find your base. Oh. Oh my god. You said it was over by the Pin King, and I wasn't looking at where you built the base. I was just went over to the Pin King. I was like, where is he?
I said towards the Pen King. In the mining the area, the mining thingy.
I make smart decisions.
It's a lot closer to the chillet than I thought it was.
Yeah. That's fine. At least I unlocked the thing by the Pin King.
No.
Now I can go visit this way.
Hey, honey.
I can't say hi. I see tips. You can turn off automatic picking up of items. I need a furnace. Breaks your furnace and runs away.
No.
Ah, I see. Metal. Yeah.
Surrounded by metal.
Yeah, me too.
This base is not gonna have much of anything. It's literally just gonna be a mining outpost.
My base is not going to be much of anything right now either.
Oh,
What?
my screen's gone dark. Okay, there we go. It didn't like me rolling, apparently.
You're not allowed to roll when I'm busy? Can I make a furnace? Yes, I can. There's a very angry dial. How? What the fuck?
Die howdy.
I'm struggling, clearly, with words.
It's okay, my love. Not everyone's blessed with words.
There you go.
Base level 5, nice. Actual storage. Bit delay or not, I'm still able to enjoy the stream. Exactly. You might just
That means a lot.
affects the base stuff, so Activa, walk in the base. Dun, 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 dun.
I got headbands.
Oh my god, she got headbands?
Jealous?
No.
Why'd you yell at me? So rude. So rude. Yelling at me and do nothing.
Maybe that's why.
Because I didn't do nothing. I got yelled at.
Exactly.
Knew it.
That's what I understand as being a problem. Oh my god, I've received headpads as well.
Lean.
Oh. I love you, honey.
Thank you, babe.
Animals, babanos, bananas. Animal. Okay, more wood for that.
Love you too, Lucy.
Okay, I'm gonna go pee. I will be back.
Okay. Aw, he likes me or something. There you go. I have house. I need more wool.
I am Tristan man, just like Tristan. Oh shit! I set myself on fire. Oh no! Dun, dun, dun. Huh? Okay.
I need more wool.
Murder time.
Yep. That's the only way to get wool. Me, I thought I saw a dire howl before. No, that's leather. Makes me feel this way. Go ahead, be done. Go ahead, get done. You want to be part of the family? Oh my God, the dire howl even has mercy hit. What the fuck? What the fuck? I'm so confused. Why am I getting everything with mercy hit? If this Sparkit has mercy hit, I'm gonna laugh my butt off. That's brave. But that's not what I need. Somebody cook that metal. That's what I need.
I need
Keep going.
something.
Go ahead, be going. Go ahead, be going. Go ahead, be going.
I'm happy to try the tower whenever you are, but there is no rush to do the tower. I still need to collect resources. Damn, that Cative is just punching a fox. Only your back though? Sexy? Wow. Why not sexy front?
You're
The start of this game is so
Relaxing.
very relaxing. Gets a lot more full on later. I feel like a lot more opens up once you get a flyer, but taking your time until you get one is nice.
Yeah.
Man, why not woo, man? What do I need to make metal? More stone. Okay, I need to go somewhere the stone across here over by the chillet. I no longer feel like it's gonna be incredibly easy to skip tiers of gear as well. Like before I was in the basic metal stuff until like Hexalite. Or maybe Pale Metal. No, I think I skipped Pale Metal. I think I just went to Hexalite.
How are you two not tired of 13 hours? Because we didn't play very much today. If I want to be real, we didn't play very much today.
13 hours? What are you talking about? We're still starting.
Yeah, we're just starting.
Yeah. Yeah, but hello, Brando. How are you?
We're gonna find out how delayed it is if Brando's also having issues. Oh,
Doing
see?
amazing.
See, not bad.
Yeah. Lucy's been having some
Lag. Like everything's
lag.
like really delayed.
Like, it doesn't seem too delayed for you, so it seems more just like standard stream delay for you, Brando. But yeah, I'm doing amazing. How are you, my love?
He's your love now? Wow.
I asked
Wow.
Brando asked me, and now I'm
Wow.
You're my love.
Wow. Mm-hmm.
Why would I ask Brando after? I already asked Brando how they're doing. Huh? You just asked that dude. Yeah. I don't think she's much of a sharer.
Need assistance.
I see a purple thing up there.
Who wants to hit a rock? All he lives for. Please don't hit that rock. No, why would you fall asleep on the ground right now? Come on. Come on.
Why not, huh? Gotta get that. Gotta get that. Boom, boom, boom.
Listen, you there share the house, I'll make treats for you. What kind of treats?
Guess I'm getting shared.
No. It really depends what kind of treats. We're having a negotiation.
People just love my trash charm.
Can you make lasagna?
But like American lasagna.
American lasagna.
With ricotta. Right? Ricotta. Yummy lasagna. It is nice. American lasagna is nice. Dodge.
Can I make lasagna? Will you take me for a brain dead? Of course I can. Yeah, well, I mean, like, are you willing to make it? See, the thing is, like, it's not whether or not you're capable necessarily, because, like, I'm fully capable of making lasagna. I just don't want to. I just want to eat it.
Question is, how many cheeses you want?
That's the correct question. 4 at least.
Or at least, but definitely ricotta.
Ricotta is the necessary. Because you know what they don't have here? Ricotta.
We have ricotta.
They just don't have it in their lasagna.
No.
30 pounds of lasagna.
I am in no part of this negotiation because I don't know. I don't know, I'm an object. Like 6 trays of lasagna. Ooh. That's a good amount of lasagna. Oh, it's one really tall lasagna. Yeah, I'm not part of this. I have no rights. Gotta make up for, the centuries of women having no rights. Just Tristan has no rights for millennia now.
Nah, I think I want to keep him myself. Lasagna's good and everything, but Tristan,
I'm more than 30 pounds.
he's more than 30 pounds.
I love you.
Oh, we do.
You only mention lasagna, you can ask for other
However,
things.
however, he did say the Aussie. He did not specify which one.
Rip Anthony.
I was gonna say Josh.
Oh yeah, you can have him.
You could have Josh for 30 pounds
Wow.
of lasagna. They look similar. It's like if you squint, you might not be able to tell the difference.
Between Josh and lasagna?
Between you and Josh. Josh.
Oh. Yeah.
Three people in this conversation that also applies to Tristan. Hey, you specifically said that he was not a part of this conversation, Brando.
Yeah.
Look at him like Josh.
Huh?
Josh is Tristan's brother.
He's like me, but uglier. He was born with a big head. My poor mum. Really, I'm one Paldium short. Like a Paldium over here somewhere, huh? Any loose Paldium? He hears it, so he's involved, just not part of it. Oh my god. I've got ears, so that must mean I am involved in every conversation. Actually, no eyes, because I'm reading it. 100 outfits, Commander. Okay, cool. I want my unprotected hand holding. Oh my god. Aiko,
What?
Brando's gonna get me pregnant. See, Brando wants some unprotected hand holding.
Oh my.
That's how it happens, right?
Oh my.
Ooh. Oh.
God, I'm so good at this game. What?
Thought I heard sparkly sounds in the distance.
Did you?
Yep. Come here, got it.
Dude, exactly.
And motivational leader? Ooh.
My Charlie jump scare didn't work? That's so weird. Everything else has been working except that.
But it worked last time it was redeemed, but not this time, I guess.
I don't know. Maybe it just doesn't like Sims.
Sorry, Sims. Charlie doesn't like you.
Sorry, I had to find out this way. We're fucking making wheat.
can still redeem a pal, right? If you redeem a pal, it replaces your old pal.
So if you don't want your current pal, then you don't want your van worm.
It does mean you'll get in as soon as Aiko can.
Yeah, that is true too. Because like,
We're not. The global pal storage.
yeah. You think I was gonna leave you guys behind? Absolutely not. Look at this shit. Look at this shit. Look. Got Mayo, Lucy, Jesse, Damon, Octavia, Sims, and Nat. Yeah.
It's basically just if you redeem it now, you'll be like the first egg Aiko hatches.
Yeah. And I have to like destroy your current pal.
Crash, kill,
Sorry.
better, defenstration.
I like my little outpost that has been becoming a fish area. I think it'd be good to like get rid of that one, yes. Yeah, that'd be fine to get rid of that one.
How to save your life. Nope. How to save your life.
There we go.
Tap. Now my pen gullet's helping me build. Tap.
Yes.
How to save your life.
All right.
Wood and Palladium. I need a bunch of Palladium. I can just go down here.
How to save your life? Where did I go wrong? Lost to say. Oh shit.
go, Pink. Let's go. Oh. That's satisfying.
Make you well. I just stood on a fire, because I wanted to.
Proud of you for doing what you want.
Thanks.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, Fucking love this game.
Mm-hmm. This game
It's a
is
vibe.
amazing.
Gozaimasu.
Wooden boards. The hell is everyone doing?
Fine. Thanks for asking.
I'm glad you're alright.
I mean, I'm a little hungry, I think, but I'm not sure why.
I'm a bit hungry too. I'm also not sure why. What is hunger?
Baby, don't start, baby.
Set wooden boards, give me those.
Doing great. Besides the delay, I'm doing fine. And great. I'm glad to hear that you're both doing well. Thank you. Good to hear you're doing great too. I'm sorry about the delay though.
Yes, we are glad to hear the delay, but we are sorry that you are doing good.
What's wrong with you?
There's plenty wrong with me, baby. Let me build. feed box here next to the farm, so you have an easier time transporting.
Oh, damn. Oh, hell yeah. This deer is never sleeping.
Hmm?
The deer that I got doesn't sleep. Insomnia.
Oh, it's already got insomnia.
Mhm.
Nice. I caught a Cuties, an owl,
Mm-hmm.
with night owl.
No.
Sleep dragon.
Oh,
Which is
no.
accurate, but
Name him Blathers.
If I was here, you would get all that wood fast. Yeah, you'd just be... No, you'd be aura farming first. Wood second.
Would it be easier to get the direwolf side?
I am almost ready for anything the world throws at me. Because I will throw a pangolin at it.
Sorry. I seemed very shocked randomly. That's not what I was trying to do. I got excited because I just realized I can make a dire house saddle, right?
Mm-hmm.
My dire house has mercy hit.
Oh, you could ride around and just damage shit.
Yeah.
Not kill anything.
Mm-hmm.
That's nice. And the dire howl... It's special. It's faster than some other howls.
Yeah, I was gonna put it on the chillet, but I'm not sure.
Let's test this out.
My boar's upset. I don't know why.
Okay, that's just a little bit of damage right now.
Actually, I haven't ridden a dire howl before in this game. Me. Would you still love me the same?
Haven't I seen a celery?
Oh my
And a
God, I
Krampus?
get to move fast and stamina isn't so much of an issue. This is amazing. What is Bog Blast? Oh shoot, that's awesome. Hold on, hold on.
I wonder.
Whoa, whoa. Right, and then wow, that's fucking lame. There we go. Okay. I would like to move that though. I moved one of the dire howl attacks to right trigger, and now it's like I can use. It's like I'm using the dire howl to attack. I don't know how to like explain it. Like you would in Arc.
The die hell attacks? You using them? Hmm? Wait, what?
Show you. I'm gonna go to your base real quick. He has other attacks and stuff like that, so I can use the other attacks, but like this one in particular is what I chose. You'll see. Hold on. Where you at?
I am not in my base. I will come back in a second. How do I get... Oh, I actually, I can get to my base here. Give me a second, just recharging stamina. If I go from here, I should be able to just... Okay, fast travel up to my base because there's a spot on the cliff I can just hold and I'm in my base territory.
Fair enough.
Hey, honey.
Okay, okay. So normally, you know, you got these abilities and stuff like that, right?
Yeah.
Well, I put this on right trigger.
Oh, the double buy. Okay. Cool.
And it feels like more something. And also look what's left bumper. So I could jump.
Oh, nice.
Definitely don't think it'll act like that, but like look, you got, and it's got mercy hit. So I can just go and just be like,
Yeah, you can just chomp shit up and steal all my eggs.
oh good, I actually needed that wool.
Yeah.
I needed that wool. I was trying to remake myself a bed.
Nice. Yeah, you can take it. You can take wool. I literally was like, I'm gonna get a ranch down quickly and get some production on things going. I think I want leather beam.
Damn it.
Chillet defeated Chillet. Oh my god.
My bad.
Hey, honey.
I me.
I was in my inventory, and then all of a sudden you were there.
Yeah. I was trying to go catch that chillet and I killed it by accident.
That's okay. You can get another one soon.
That's okay. Not super worried about it.
Dum, dum, dum. Feel like I should go to the... Got like a little thing over here. Things that just don't need pals interact with them. Could even make just a stairway down. For the pals, okay. I'm just talking to myself
Oh, okay.
about what things I can build in my base area.
You mean you're not used to hearing the song on its own?
Well, like as part of a
Choir, maybe?
um a
Oh. There we go. He says CPR and misery and apple bottom jeans and Reese Puff. What the fuck? What'd you just say? What'd you just say to me?
I think that I think he just committed a war crime. I think what Lucy's meaning is the version that like compiles a bunch of different songs together.
Oh, I see. I've clearly never heard that version. I believe you.
Cativa's upset and not wanting to do any tasks. Probably because I was working. Let me set this to relax mode.
Yeah, I didn't know it existed.
Yes, mashup is the I'm pretty sure that is what the genre is called. Mashup or mashups maybe.
I
No,
would have said,
mashups.
I would have, I don't know.
I don't know.
God. Fucking deer is out of control. Bruh, I have made a logging camp, you dingus.
If I go, oh yeah, I can make that if I just get some more stone. This time maybe I'll be burning. I'll be burning. Insufficient cold resist. Oh no. I'll stand by my campfire. Yeah, I'm gonna be lying down in bed, ready to go to sleep. I am gonna go bathroom though. You don't have to sleep.
I actually would like to actually go to bed soon. Because I'm tired.
Yeah, we can look at going to bed soon.
Nice and relaxed right now, which means sleepy comes fast.
Mm-hmm. There's a better celery. What is logging foreman? I would say it can't be worse, but like, it definitely could. Very waterproof sickly. No. You can get one that has like it's got nothing. Ooh, that one's got serious. Sounds good. This dungeon. 13. I can do it. Let's go. Ooh. Ooh. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-ba. That could be a chillet. But I don't know. Question now. How many technology points does it take to get the egg thingy? Do I have to have defeated the boss? Oh, I do. Yeah. It only costs 1 point though, and I have it. So that's good. Apparently, I also had enough points to get the mercy ring. Don't know how I did that. What the fuck? There's no boss? Weirdest dungeon ever? Okay, I guess. Rewarded for my curiosity. I'll take it. I'm so tired. It's been a long day. We did a lot. We fought a whale. we tried unsuccessfully to figure out how to do mods, but we set up a new server. We're doing really good. We're doing really good. I'm feeling a lot better about this run. I don't feel like I'm going into it feeling like I know everything, you know? I know I don't, but I do know more. What was I trying to make? Hot spring. Mm. I'll get this guy in there, not him. Who's gathering? Planting? Always. Maybe.
I am happy whenever you are to end.
I just want to make this medieval medicine workbench so I can get a, what is it out here?
Oh, another pal out.
Yeah, I need a gatherer. I have the waterer, I have the planter, I have the chopper, I have everything I need right now except for the gatherer.
I'm solo. I'm riding solo. I'm riding solo. I'm riding solo. Solo.
He's good as anybody. Pretty.
Whoa, hold on.
That. You only worry about 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 that and not that.
Oh, what an interesting dungeon.
I went in that one too. It was like nothing, right?
There's like wandering merchants
Oh,
and a pal merchant.
shit. Okay, well, that was not the dungeon I went in. The dungeon I went in was literally just like, it looked like a treasure room with an egg in there, and then that was it. And then it was done. I was like, okay. I was like, am I being rewarded for my curiosity? It's like, that's literally all that just happened.
Yeah, this is like a little town. Some treasure chests around, and I am getting rewarded for my curiosity of getting chests if I explore each room.
Anyways, so like, I have my crusher, I have my crops going, including wheat and 2 berry plantations.
Nice.
Berries are going. I got a Vixie in the farm pulling up some random shit for me. I got, everything looks really good actually right now. Honestly, if it's okay with you, I would be more than happy to leave the server going.
I am fine with that. I don't have any ore production. Do you?
No.
Yeah, thought so. Because like we need a freaking true mining power. We
Yeah.
haven't encountered any yet
I
that we can
don't have
count.
any ore production, but I have like food production going on
Yeah.
right now, and it's really like pretty decent for
My
being like level 1 to shit, you know.
yeah, my food production is my ranch, so that's fine for me as well. Um, I've got a logger, I've got a miner. Uh, I probably should swap out one of the pals.
Putting in here.
I am
What are you doing over there, you little goober?
me.
The celery over here is just spinning in circles.
It's been a ballerina.
He's so cute. I caught like I caught like 4 celeries before I caught that one. Or I caught 3 celeries before I caught that one. And then that one had Sirius. I was like, oh, I think I could do better.
Oh,
Oh, I think I could do better. Oh, I think I could do better. And then I found that was Sirius, and I was like, oh, yes.
that'll do.
Right
Serious.
now, the Crojiro is the one doing the gathering right now.
Oh,
And
I see.
the only reason I'm setting them to do that instead of watering is because he has a master of fasting.
Yes, yes, yes.
And I'm like, this
Kurjuri
motherfucker ain't
called
gonna eat
Master Fast.
nothing.
No.
Uh,
Cool. Getting a few lotuses.
what would he be doing?
That is amazing to get that early on. Like,
Right?
fuck. Look at breeding combinations for the Kurojiro to see if you can get any that on base pals.
Actually,
That'd
you
be
know what I
great.
could do? Is I could swap out my fire fox sparks for this monkey. Um,
A tansy?
yeah, because because it's not like my fox sparks is really gonna cook anything right now.
Yeah, especially when you
So
go
he
boss.
can just work on
Oh,
moving stuff from he can help moving berries. He can help with the uh getting stuff from the farm too.
yeah, okay, yeah, multitasking.
Yeah.
Maximize. I will once I'm done with this dungeon, I'll do the
I think
same
I'll
thing.
put a chest right next to this just so.
I suppose I'll grab some cave mushrooms. I do need them. I don't know if slash where the boss in this
Okay,
dungeon
I'm
is.
gonna set
Oh,
him
it's
up to
coming down.
not chop wood. Okay, look, I know you can multitask and everything, but do not chop wood.
You got someone else that does that for a living.
Yeah. And he doesn't
No
even
need for
sleep. He
you.
just does it all day. It's his favorite thing to do.
Yeah, the boss is gonna be this way.
Oh, that is good.
Some of these early dungeons are interesting, but we never touched them
Yeah,
before.
I know. I literally just like walked in. I was like, because I walked near one when I was getting the celery, and I was like, oh shit.
Oh, some fuddlers! I wanted them.
Why'd you want a fuddler?
Um, mining and efficiency in its partner skill. A skill tree, syndicate thug. That's up on a.
Guys, 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 psst, guys. We're gonna raid out. Here's a raid message. Okay. Here's a raid message if you're subbed. Okay. As you can see, neither one of those worked. What the fuck?
Oh, the server ended?
No.
Did he close the server?
No.
Oh.
What happened?
Guess the server did the quick restart thingy. It does.
Oh, shit.
Oh, what time is it? Yeah, it seems to do that around this time every
Okay,
day.
well, it's perfect timing, anyways. Perfect timing. Okay.
I want to log back in to
So
complete
there's
the
the thing right
dungeon.
there, right? But here's who we're gonna raid out to. You guys are gonna like this. You guys are gonna like this, okay? You fucking ready for this shit?
Mm-mm.
Because she's playing Palworld. So, good night, and I love you guys. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye.
Bye bye, everyone.